Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of the WeAreDevelopers Live Days. My name is Benedict. I'm Community Manager here at WeAreDevelopers and I'm glad that you all joined us today. So today is all about DevOps, but before we start with the sessions, I got one or two quick news for you. First, our World Congress is back as an in-person event in July in Berlin. Let's have a quick look.
It's one of the best events, or if not the best event.
If that short clip wasn't enough for you, go to worldcongress.dev for further information and to claim your tickets. And second, we teamed up with Codacy to give you a retro arcade gaming machine. All you have to do for it is to click the link which is provided for you in the chat to join the raffle. But Codacy didn't stop there. They also gave us their lead account executive to co-moderate today and join us on this live day. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, good morning, Benedict. Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning, Mark. Wonderful that you joined us. Really sunny on your place.
Indeed. Hello from Lisbon to everybody here on the show.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining, Mark. Maybe you want to introduce yourself a bit and talk a bit about your position at Codacy?
Absolutely. I've been at Codacy for roughly 6.5 years. My role is lead account executive, so that means that I'm basically responsible for onboarding dev teams with our DevOps intelligence platform, working with developers, engineering managers, and sort of building a link between the technical and the business side in the company. And outside of work, I love playing music and producing music, as you can probably see here. So yeah, again, great to be here. Thank you, Benedict, for having me.
Yeah, Mark, awesome. Sounds like they really found the right person to join us on the DevOps Day. So, all right. Before we start with the first speaker, quick information. Feel free to interact in chat to your right during the talks. If you got some questions, submit them by using the Ask button. But as always, please be nice to each other and respect each other as we have a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it.
All right, and without further ado, today we're going to announce now the first topic of the day, planning CI/CD on the enterprise level with our first speaker, Pawel Piwosz. Pawel, please.
Yep. Hello.
Welcome.
Happy to be
Hello,
here.
hello.
And yeah, being the first speaker in the morning, so it will be interesting.
It's a privileged position. Good to have you here, Pawel.
Yep. Thank you very much. It looks like there is a sunny day on my place as well, because I see some sun on my background. Anyway, right. So let's not waste our time, right? And let's start with CI/CD. But we will talk a little bit differently than you maybe expect, because we will not touch any tool. If I mention any name of the tools, like, I don't know, Jenkins, Bamboo, Azure DevOps, whatever else, it will be or by mistake or by showing some example. What we will focus today in this talk is more how to design I even tend to say architect the CI/CD in the whole pipeline, and what we can do to make this process maybe not quicker, but quicker as well, but more comprehensive, more easygoing, and more complex from the perspective of the results we will get, right? So let's get started. My name is Piwosz, and I work as lead system engineer at EPAM. I've been there for 4 years almost, and 25 years in the IT market. So I saw many things which I don't want to see again. So yeah, that's my position now. I am also DevOps Institute ambassador, AWS community builder, and CD Foundation ambassador. So looks like I have plenty of time in my life. So how we do CI/CD normally? Let's think about that, right? So generally, we have a code, right? We have some environments like dev, QA, pre-prod, RC, whatever, and production. We know some tool. And those 3 elements creates our pipeline, right? So based on this, we consider when we create the approach to CI/CD, we consider a couple of things. So we consider environments, right? I mentioned that. We consider tools. We consider tests sometimes. If you are on the senior position, probably you even think about releases. But that's not all. The people who are even higher than on senior position then even think about branching. And they're like universe gurus are thinking about reverts. All right, how we do reverts of our pipelines or in our pipelines. But those 6 elements here, which we consider the most often 3 or 4 of them, are not enough, I would say, right? So what can go wrong with that? A lot. Short answer is a lot. But we will go now through the steps, looking on topic from a little bit different perspective. So we just go and fly in the air and look on our beautiful landscape from completely different perspective. And we will consider the CI/CD not from the engineering position, but from the organization level. Not from the pipeline itself, technical pipeline, separate steps, etc., but from the process perspective, okay? So CI/CD pipeline with the tool is only the part of the process, significant part, but only the part. And we will start our discussion from the organization. And you may ask, well, why organization is important here, right? What is the purpose to talk about organization when I want just to deliver my small, I don't know, Python function into my environment? Well, if you think about only this Python function on your environment, maybe you don't need to think about organization. But in fact, if you think about your product, if you think about your application, it's not just the simple function. It's a little bit more. And here we touch something what is called Conway's law. And this part here is very important to understand the behavior, the dynamic of the organization. And what Conway's law is, in, let's say, very short, it says that the design of the system, right, what is delivered by you, what is how your application looks like, is a mirror of the communication structure of your organization. In other words, if you have 2 teams which are not talking each other at all, and you have 2 components produced by those 2 teams which needs to talk together, probably there will be a problem, right? Some miscommunication, if not missing communication at all, right? So how you communicate inside the organization as people is reflected in your designs of the system. And here we touch very important element which we can kind of solve or visualize at least with team topologies. If you are not familiar with this, this drawing here is based on the book written by two great guys, Mr. Skelton and Mr. Pai. And here we can see how, let's say, the different teams which having different purposes cooperate, collaborate, and mixing together, right? And this is the base to very popular right now buzzword called, this buzzword is platform team, right? So there are people who think that platform team will, let's say, kill DevOps. And in fact, they don't know what DevOps is, right? Because it will never happen. Anyway, this is the story for a different talk. So based on this topology here and organization, we have our first point of the design of CI/CD. And let's go through other points here as well. So we have branching strategy. So we go a little bit more technical. Delivery strategy from the another end of the stick. Artifact management, SDLC, what we use, quality gates, capabilities, constraints, responsibilities, releases, rollbacks, and I have rest of the screen of it as well. So let's go through it very quickly. KPIs, yes, we all love KPIs, right? DevOps, monitoring, measurements, and here very important information, measurements is a little bit different beast than monitoring. We will go through that in a couple of minutes. Environments, which I mentioned already, value streams, quite of emerging again. Why again? Because value streams are part of Lean, and Lean is the foundation of DevOps, so it should be there forever from the beginning, but it wasn't. Tools we use and security, and I always laugh when I see security on the end, right? Because come on, security is a really, really important topic, but I put security on the bottom on purpose to have this as a last point, right? Because probably the thing which you will remember the best is the last point. So I want to focus you also on the security in this topic of CI/CD as well. All right, so environments, and here we want to take into consideration not just the naming or number of environments, but also things like structure, also things like ownership. Why this is important? Because it may happen that you will have access, or developers or DevOps people or an engineer will have access to some so-called lower environments, but completely no access to high environments, right? So you can work easily on dev, maybe on release candidate, you can go there and interact with the system without changing anything, but you don't have access to production at all, right? Only CI/CD has access there. You need to consider that because, excuse me, because through that, you need to ensure that your tooling is able to do stuff and is able to fix stuff. Even more important than just able to do stuff, right? Fixing the stuff. So environments here are quite important. And also what is inside this environments, right? So how much of the elements is mocked? How much of the integration with third-party solutions is available there? So all of those aspects are very important. When we know about our environments, we can talk about branching strategy, right? And why this is important? Again, branching strategy may depends on your solution, right? Your application solution. So, for example, if we talk about monolith, probably you will not be so eager to go with trunk development. If we talk about serverless, probably Git flow is not the best choice, right? We need to remember that, of course, all of those strategies will work, right? But some of them will work better. Let's say this way. So what kind of branching strategy we have? We can have trunk, we can have Git flow, we can have GitHub flow, which is somewhere in between. We can separate our branching by stories, tasks. And there is even something what is called environment strategy. And my advice, if you see something like that, just run. Because imagine Git flow multiplied by number of environments. What can go wrong, right? But it's not all. How we store documentation, how we create the structure of the code, what is our design of the repositories? What I mean by that, do we have pipelines with the repository of the application, right? Do we have infrastructure as code there? Maybe we even use infrastructure from code, which completely differs in this case. So there is many questions, and even more is coming, because it's not only about the branch itself, it's also about the access management, right? By access management, for example, I mean, do you have protected branches or not? If you have protected branches, is the basic trunk-based development possible? That's the question, right? What are or who are the reviewers? What kind of reviews you've got? What are the escalations policies? And I know, yes, we all love escalations policies, but we have to have them. Because if something happens, we don't want to waste our time to create them. We just need to use them, right? What kind of integrations we have, what kind of testing approach we have. I mean here not like a unit test, etc., but more like a TDD, BDD, things like this, because this also has impact on the code structure, right? So there is a lot of questions to answer than just simple, let's go with Git flow. So we start with branching strategy, we end with delivery strategy. And here we have also multiple questions, right? Do we use only CI part? Or do we have this CI/CD, right? And as you may imagine, CI/CD has really hard distinction between what is CI and what is CD. And believe me, not all of us understood this. So simply speaking, CI ends when the artifact is created and stored in the artifact storage. CD starts with collecting this artifact and doing some job there, right? And CD, again, CD has its own differences, because we have not one CD, but two CDs, right? Continuous delivery or continuous deployment. What it means, that continuous delivery, I call it sometimes one-click deployment, because in fact, in its essence, you have the manual step there. With continuous deployment, there is no manual step. So you commit your code, and this code lands on the production, right? And is ready to be used by your clients. Small change, more or less, but the actionability you need to have in mind is completely different, right? Because you need to ensure proper quality gates, you need to ensure proper escalation, communication, rollback management, monitoring, what kind of testing strategy you have inside the whole chain, inside the whole pipeline. So do you use manual, hybrid, or automatic tests, right? If you have manual tests, you will never have continuous deployment because there is a manual step, right? What kind of testing strategy I already mentioned, what kind of environments you've got, what you do between the stages, how much time you want to, let's say, have for these pipelines, right? Because if you want to do the very quick pipeline, you cannot have like 4 hours long tests inside, right? What kind of deployment strategies, finally, you've got? We can have blue-green, we can have blue-violet. Probably you had a lot of different colors for this violet, so blue something. For me, it doesn't matter because I have tendency to be colorblind, so I don't care. But there we have AB, we have canary, we have rolling, we have even recreate strategy, right? And now going back to this Conway's law, imagine the situation that 2 teams are not talking together. They have some components in their responsibility, and one is doing rolling updates and another is doing recreate, right? And they need to talk each other in that time. Risky? Risky. Right, next topic, artifact management. You may think why this is important. So imagine the situation, because right now we have a lot of tools which allows us or helps us to manage our artifacts, right? That's perfect. One which I have in mind very quickly is JFrog, another Azure DevOps Artifact, etc., etc., etc. Right? Even GitHub has something, and here already we have 2 different types or artifact storages or artifact management storages. I call them highly or loosely integrated, right, with the pipelines, with the tooling of the pipelines. Because, for example, Azure DevOps has its own artifact storage inside, and this is very highly coupled, right? You can, it's part of the tool. In case, for example, of AWS, if you have code pipeline, you store your artifacts somewhere else, right? Right now they have this code artifact, but this is still not that highly integrated. It's a little bit different. So here we have a couple of differences, but also, again, access management, naming convention you will use, how the artifacts are stored in the storage, for how long, etc., etc. You may think why this is important, right? Maybe this is not important for the company which produce the forum where you can put pictures of your cats, right? But for example, other areas like automotive, like for example, gas and oil, like space programs, right? Maybe it's important to store these artifacts for many, many years. And this becomes very crucial for the company to have something what will be reliable for a longer time. So you cannot use just fancy new, startup-ish way, because simply speaking, you are not allowed to do that. Let's say this way, right? All right, SDLC. Quickly through this, generally, what is your strategy? How you deal with your development, right? Do you use Agile? Do you use waterfall, right? It's nothing wrong with using waterfall. Is this life cycle also valid for CI/CD? is CI/CD part of the internal product platform or something separate, or is this inside the SDLC of the product? Because this will trigger different actions later. Quality gates, also part of the process, not only the pipeline as we think about the technical pipeline, right? So if we use manual quality gates, we will not have continuous deployment. Simple. What kind of notifications we use in quality gates? What kind of actions, what kind of tests are there? What kind of delays we allow to have in quality gates, right? Because imagine that, for example, companies like AWS, which delivers something new to the whole platform like 1,000 times per day, they cannot have the delays like mentioned for hours, right? It's simply impossible. What are the responsibilities here, and also escalation paths, right? So if something happened, who is responsible, right? Of course, we love or hate the current approach. You build it, you run it, but it's not always the case. And also, it's not only just one element of the puzzle, because on the end of the day, this puzzle is sent by your company, not your team. And what you do in this puzzle is just the one piece which need to fit this puzzle with other puzzles, right? So it's not that easy, let's say, or simple. Capabilities. Here in capabilities, we would like to discuss things like team composition, maturity, knowledge. And by knowledge, I mean knowledge of tools, knowledge of processes, that general experience, right? How the teams cooperate, again, Conway's law. Team topology, again, it came from Conway's law. People constraints, right? What tooling we have. So all those capabilities we need to take into consideration together with constraints. And again, the business type can be a constraint, right? So for example, you will approach differently to CI/CD in bank than in the place where you have this forum for pictures of cats, right? What are the connectivity boundaries? Because sometimes you are not allowed to use, I'm sorry for these noises, if you heard them. So connectivity boundaries. So sometimes you are not allowed to access or directly access to some resources. You need to have sometimes even workarounds for it. People can be also the constraint, right? So right? Security boundaries also very important, right? Because sometimes you may have the situation that your business doesn't allow to use cloud-based services, right? This means that you will not use Azure DevOps, even if you want. Simple like that. This leads us to tooling limitations, times, technical constraints like triggers, integration, messaging, right? So in the technical constraint, we can, for example, say if you want to use Bitbucket, probably selection of AWS code pipeline is not the best choice. Because yes, you can integrate them, but with a lot of wiring around. So it becomes hard to manage, let's say, right? So now we come to responsibilities, and again, people, right? Who is responsible for what? How we create and manage the contact points, how we create, manage, and test. This is very important. The escalation policies, paths, etc., right? So there is a lot of things to think of about the responsibilities. Releases. So generally, how we do the release, I mentioned it a little bit, right? But here, if we talk about releases, it's not just the deployment strategy. It's something a little bit different. By release, we think how we approach to delivering the code to the final client. For example, we can have the constraint in the situation that we have a committee in the company which need to approve all changes, and we have, for example, I don't know, once per month the window where we can deploy things, right? And this will lead us to a couple of assumptions or a couple of blockers, because we cannot use continuous deployment, right? We need to pack our releases, our deployments, our artifacts ready to be deployed into the packages and have the proper process of releasing, right? So this changed the landscape a lot, right? With releases and delivery strategy, we need to think about rollbacks. And rollbacks, as rollback is simple, we roll things back, right? But we also have something what is called rollback forward. Rollback forward. Rollback forward. It sounds a little bit crazy, right? But it is something like that, right? And now imagine again Conway's law and this connectivity between teams and components. One team is doing rollback back and second is doing rollback forward, right? And they have APIs. Is there any possibility to have the issues after that? I would say it's the almost 100% of a possible problem, right? Also, what is our approach to RTOs, RPOs, right? So RTO, restore time objective, RPO, restore point objective, right? So how much time we have to finish the rollback, to bring back our service to operational state, and also how much data we can lost, right? How we deal with data loss. Do we have zero downtime or not? This is also important for the delivery strategy itself, right? If we need to ensure zero downtime, probably we cannot go with the environmental recreate approach of the delivery, right? What is the granularity of the rollback? Do we roll back only one component, or maybe part of the application, or maybe the whole application, right? What we do with database, how we roll back database, right? This is a very important question for another conference, I think. So there's a lot of elements here also to be covered. KPIs, and yes, I said that we love KPIs, right? So we need to think about a couple of elements here. They are connected with some abbreviation, SLA, SLO, and SLIs, right? So service level agreement, service level objectives, and service level indicators. And this becomes even more important if we talk about managing the pipelines, managing the CI/CD by SRE or platform teams, because now those entities becomes internal services which treats all development and business around as a client. It is internal client, yes, but it is a client. So you need to have some agreement there, right? So this is also important. And your SLA cannot be smaller than your restore time objective. That's simple like that, right? DevOps. And here we talk about the DevOps as we understand DevOps in the, let's say, engineering part, right? So we need to think about the team, about the composition. Do we have DevOps people inside the team as a separate person? Do we treat all people in team as a DevOps people, or just like DevOps mindset, right? Maybe there is no DevOps at all, or the team is separated in the platform team or something similar like that. How we approach to automation for the code, for the delivery of the code, for the control of the code, but also for the infrastructure and for the pipelines, for the CI/CD itself. How we organize the things, right? How we measure, how we cooperate, how we monitor, what we do with feedback loops, how we deal with them, how quick are those feedback loops, etc., etc., etc. So those questions need to be answered here. And now I mentioned monitoring, so let's talk about monitoring. How we monitor our CI/CD, how we monitor environment where the CI/CD is run, how we monitor the environment where CI/CD delivers, right? What tools we use to that for that? What are our responsibilities around the monitoring? And if we have this monitoring, do we have or do we collect events? And if yes, what actions we take on events? Do we do alerting? How we store the logs from CI/CD, right? And those things are important. And then we have measurements. And why this is different than monitoring? Because think about monitoring as something what observe the operation. And measurement will give you the insight into process, right? So the most popular measurements in the DevOps world are those from the DORA, right? If you're not familiar with this, we have 4 of them in 2 blocks. One block can be treated as throughput block, and here we have deployment frequency and lead time cycle. So it means how often we deliver things to our environments and how long it takes. And the second block is stability, and here we have time to recover and change failure rate, right? So time to recover is related to the rollbacks somehow, and change failure rate means that how often or what is the ratio of failed pipelines, right? And those 4 metrics are the simplest and the basic metrics of the DevOps in the DevOps world. Then we have value stream, right? And if you think about your CI/CD, if you think about your pipeline, if you think about your delivery in the organized way, you see that your CI/CD pipeline and this process here of delivery of the code to the environments is very significant part of your value stream. Of course, there is something on the beginning, like ideation, like work with task, planning, etc., etc., and something on the end. But the central part of your value stream will be the CI/CD pipeline. And now, by managing, by mapping your value stream, you can find all those issues about which Lean is talking, like wastes, like bottlenecks, etc., etc., etc. And also, this will give you the high-level picture where you have the problems and where you should put your attention first, because it's not always, I would even say it's almost never a good idea to start with the first identified bottleneck, because this bottleneck may be caused by something completely else, right? So you need to have the full picture, and then you can start to do the upgrades and improvements. Tools. This is quite simple, right? What kind of tools you use for the CI/CD itself, for the task management, because this is important. However, we again, don't like this, but it is important. What tools we use for monitoring, what tools we use for the pipeline itself, I said, but now the question is, do we have something else for CI and something else for CD? Even if this sounds for you not very smart, it's the case in many cases, in many times. You can see this on the market. For example, for CI, the teams are using Jenkins, and for CD, Octopus. Right? What is the integration between them? And if you have this separated tools, how you collect measurements, how you collect metrics from them to have the valuable vision what's going on in your system. This is quite important, right? So tools, and finally, the last part, security, right? You may say, why security for the CI/CD is important? Why? Very simple answer here. What do you do with secrets, right? Do you have your, or let me say differently, do you hard code password to database in code of your application? Probably not. If yes, please think about that, but probably not. So why do you want to hard code, for example, API keys or password to databases in the pipeline definition? Right? So what do you do with secrets? What do you do with different, let's say, components, dependencies? Do you check the dependencies, right? Imagine now, if you have Python code, you need to collect all of dependencies. There is a lot of them. I mean, a lot of them, right? Even worse situation with Node.js. If you install one dependency, it will install like 10,000 of dependencies. Are you sure they are not vulnerable? Right? Do you generate SBOMs, so software bill of materials? Why I'm asking about that? From 2 years now, or 1.5 years now, it is obligatory if you deal with US government or any federal institution. You need to generate SBOMs. And it will become the standard very quickly, right? So there are a lot of questions to answer. Access management, how you secure your pipelines, how the pipelines are connected to environments, etc., 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 etc. So many things. Simple example with this connection, right? GitHub Actions and AWS. You can provide the user and the password and use this user and the password in GitHub Action to connect to AWS, or you can create the identity provider and use this and do this access this way. What will be more secure? Of course, IDP, but there are other challenges which you need to take into consideration, right? All right, all of those steps creates this kind of mind map. And this mind map here is simplified. This is the first version of it. I didn't put here the latest version because it's much bigger. You can find it on my webpage of this framework, and this link will be on the end. And based on this mind map, you can drive the discussion with all parties in the company about the CI/CD landscape from the high level, right? This kind of mind map can help you architect the CI/CD process, the delivery process in your company. Why I said architect? Because look on this, all of those elements, organization, delivery strategy, KPIs, DevOps, etc., 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 can be somehow equalized. Is there any word like that? With all of those quality attributes we have in architecture. right? So all of those ETS, like scalability, interoperability, usability, reliability, etc., 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 right? All of those elements on the left side of the screen can be somehow connected with those elements on the right side, right? That's why I say this is the architecture of the CI/CD. And now I think you'll see that the CI/CD may look completely differently from different point of views, right? If you look on the technical aspect of one pipeline, you will not see the surroundings, which you will be able to see if you look on it from helicopter view, right? And why this approach is very good, and believe me, it is tested in the battle. I've done it a couple of times already, and it was very useful. So why this approach? Because we can architect the vision, and we can architect the vision of change as well. We can align project stakeholders and business. We can build common understanding on what is and what isn't possible, right? Because we have the connection points between different areas of this mind map. We can unify the tech stack, knowledge, and people. And by unify the tech stack, I know what some of you already think, but come on, we have Agile, we have self-organizing teams. We decide what tool we use. Of course, you decide. But on the end of the day, it's not you who will buy the license. It's not you who will sell the product. And you can land with the situation that you have 3 teams, and all 3 teams have 3 different tools with 3 different licensing. Is it waste of money and knowledge? It is, right? And I tend to call this approach as a Rosetta Stone of CI/CD, and then I know that I have the typo here, because this is the translation point for the business, for stakeholders, for engineers, for architects, and for security people. You can bring all of them together into one room, and you can talk with them, right? All of them are using different language, but based on this mind map, they can discuss topics, even if they use different languages, right? So that's all, I think. So here are the contact points to me. So you can connect with me if you like, and the CICD.run is the place where you can find the framework. And this mind map, the newest version, you can download it. You can read a little bit more about this framework. I'm still working on it. I'm still updating this. So if you like to stay in touch, please do it. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer, because we have a couple of minutes, I think. So yeah, don't be shy. Ask in the forum.
Wow.
Hello again. Sorry, Mark, I cut
Amazing.
you off.
No worries, Benedict. Pawel, this was great. Thank you for this
Thank you.
amazing presentation. A lot of things resonated here. I love the puzzle analogy, although I would say it's probably more of a 3D or even 4D puzzle. If you think
5D
about
or
it.
even more.
It could go, depends on the size of the organization, I guess.
Yes, yes, that is
super
true.
interesting. Pawel,
Thank you.
I'm curious, what do you think is going to happen in the next, let's say, 10 to 20 years with new technologies coming up? What do you think the CI/CD landscape is going to look? What are going to be the biggest changes that you sort of expect to see?
Right. So for sure, what I can say, ChatGPT will not change anything here. Yes, we've done a podcast about ChatGPT, and it was quite interesting when the ChatGPT was part of the panelist. But be serious. I think that CI/CD as a process, we will start to see CI/CD more and more as a process in the organization, not just the pipeline. So it becomes more, it will go more into direction what DevOps is doing right now, right? Because if you remember, DevOps started as a kind of connection point of trampoline over the wall between the developers and operations, right? Right now, this is the mindset, this is the religion for some even, right? So the same will go with CI/CD. It become the process, it become the vital part of the organization, of the delivery, the life of organization, right? And I even said, if you think about DevOps as a heart of your organization, then value stream is your brain and CI/CD is your bloodstream, because this bloodstream is delivering things to all elements, right? And by value stream and this heart, you manage this delivery. So we will see more and more automation. We will see more and more tools for sure. I think that the hype for microservices, Kubernetes, etc., will pass in some time, as everything. So we will need to find probably new niches, new approaches. Serverless will be more popular, and serverless requires a little bit different approach. What will be after serverless? I have no idea.
We'll see.
So we'll see, exactly. Will the artificial intelligence take part of it? It will, yes, but more in the layer of measuring, monitoring, and improving the process than the designing the process itself, right? So, so for sure we will have it here, but not in the extent that, for example, it will be not data from Star Trek, for sure. Right?
All right, thank you, Pawel. Benedict, do we have some questions from the audience?
Yes, Mark, we got some. First, also from me, thanks for the awesome talk, Pawel. And first question, as it came up in the chat, real quick to the audience. Yes, the sessions will be recorded and are available just right after the session on YouTube, and in a few days' time also on our watch section on WeAreDevelopers.com. So, Pawel, we got some community questions in. Perfect. First one, what's your preferred tool for monitoring?
Working one, let's say. So generally the point here is that we can use many tools crafted for very specific use case. But on the end, we should have one, let's call it single pane of glass, where we visualize things, right? Because this will give us the maybe not high level, but high level as well, but quick understanding what's going on. And what kind of tools? Right now, we have another buzzword, right, called observability. And for many people, observability means Kubernetes, means Grafana on Kubernetes. It's not the observability. It's just the Grafana on Kubernetes, right? So generally, I use more and more tools which allows me to instrument the code, deliver some very detailed and very significant measurements and metrics, and collect this data. So if I have to find like a generic stack which I will use or I will start thinking of if I go to some project, it will be, yes, probably Grafana as a visualization part on the closer level to my eyes. Then for logs, Elasticsearch, because this is a very effective way of storing and collecting logs and analyzing the logs. Maybe not analyzing, but searching the logs. For the metrics, though, I will use any database which is time-oriented, right? So, like, for example, AWS TimeStream. For the tooling itself, very often, on the application side, very often this will be handcrafted approach to OpenTelemetry. right? And this will deliver the measurements, the metrics, the logs directly to this middle layer, like TimeStream or Elasticsearch. So there will be no tool in between. I really like tools which are complex, like for example Dynatrace. The problem with Dynatrace is the price, right? This is a really big tool, but what it does is the essence of the monitoring. It using the machine learning and the intelligence behind, it tries to find the root case and alarm and notify you on this root case, right? Because in normal situation, if something happened with database, with normal monitoring system, you will have 1,000 red lights and you will not know where to start. The most important element is to have the information quickly, to have the valuable information, which allows you to start working at 3 a.m. on the issue.
Right. Thank you, Pawel, for that answer. We got some more questions. What scripting language will be the most popular in DevOps future? If you can.
That's a tricky question, because if we treat Python as a scripting language, then it will be Python. If we treat Golang as a scripting language, which is not really, well, who knows, it may be Golang. Again, it depends on the use case. For example, if you work in Windows or Microsoft related environments, PowerShell should be your first choice, because PowerShell has really big potential, and it works almost natively with many resources, right? In Linux, for simple things, if you know Bash, let's go with Bash. For more complicated stuff, again, Python, Golang, it's your choice, right? Both of them are very powerful. Both of them has their own pros and cons, as usual, right? Python is the interpreted type of language. Golang is compiled type of language. So this is the significant difference. But this will be the main part, I think. And DevOps guys very often are called YAML developers, right? So YAML will still be here. And languages like HSL from Terraform, things similar to this, will stay here for a long time for sure. So this will be another, let's say, scripting in big quotes languages which we should be familiar with.
But thanks for that answer. Next question. Do you use multi-deployment for CD or multi-cloud? If so, is it with what templates or services do you use it, if you do?
So, here it's, again, very, let me answer like whole season or all seasoned DevOps will answer. It depends. It depends on your application. It depends on your approach. It depends on your structure of the repositories, pipelines, etc., etc., etc. Because, for example, I know this is not the direct answer here, but let's think about serverless. You can deploy one serverless function. You can deploy all of them, or you can deploy like a business relevant block as a one part, right? The same thing you can do with multi-cloud. Of course, it becomes harder, right? Because it's not one vendor, it's multiple vendors. So the connectivity issues, the access management, etc., is multiplied. So probably in the critical resources, you will go with like a separation of it. But from other side, if we think, for example, about the Terraform, right? Terraform is designed as a tool which allows you to talk with multiple vendors, not only cloud vendors. So you can have one repository for the basic cloud environments, for example, when you're setting up the networking, the storages, the roles, the policies, etc., in one place, and you can deploy them in one shot everywhere, right? There are pros, there are cons, always. You need to look on it through the perspective of the business needs. So collect the business need first, and then you will have the picture what is possible for you, right? Because for some reason, maybe you cannot do that this way, because there will be so big differences that if you put everything in one place, you will be lost in 2 days, right? So again, it depends.
As usual, it depends. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Pawel, for that answer. Mark, do you have any questions left from your side?
I think this was covered. Nothing from my side for now, Pawel. Thank you so much. This was
Thank you
super
very much.
insightful.
It was a pleasure to be here. Yeah.
Yeah. We still got some questions in the pipeline, but sadly we ran out of time for the slot. But you can engage Pawel through his socials, and he will gladly answer your questions.
You can find me on LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to answer, to help. Challenge me. If you like the framework, that's nice. If you don't like, that's nice as well. Challenge me.
All right. Yeah. Half of the audience, challenge accepted. Perfect. Pawel, thank you so much for the talk. See you soon. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. And before we jump to the next speaker, Mark, I would say quick break of just a few seconds.
Let's do it.
Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.
And welcome back. Before we start with the second speaker of the day, just real quick reminder, we still have our Raffle together with Deloitte also running. So just scroll down on the live page and click the button to join the Raffle and get your chance to win a MetaQuest 2 VR headset. So, and right back to DevOps. Next speaker of the day is Senior Software Engineer at CGI. She loves to engage in developer communities, and she even has her own YouTube channel where she posts videos on cloud-native topics. Welcome, Mega.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Mega, I'm fine, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much for joining. Would you mind to tell the audience and me real quick about what we are going to learn from you today?
Sure. So today's session is all about my journey into DevOps world. I'm going to talk about the ups and downs. I'm going to talk about the difficulties and what are the problems that I faced in my DevOps journey, since I'm coming from a non-IT background and starting from zero, learning those DevOps concepts and how my journey was. So hopefully this thing will help any fresher or anyone who wants to start their career in DevOps.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of people can gain from your experiences. Thanks for that. And I would say, without further ado, stages are yours.
Thank you. Okay. So just one thing, can anyone please confirm that my screen is visible?
Yes, it's all visible. Everything works in order.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Megha Kadur, and I'm working as Senior Software Engineer at CGI. So today I'm going to talk about my journey into DevOps world. So we all know that this DevOps word is like a big buzzword nowadays. It was for me also, right? So that's why I switched my career from a non-tech background to this IT domain. So I'm going to share all those insights, and also I would like to share the things that you should know before starting your DevOps career. So not much taking the time. Let's start with the agenda. So talking about the agenda is like I start with my background. I'll try to give little bit brief about my background, and uh, let's try to understand that why DevOps even came into existence, right? What was that big problem that DevOps is trying to solve? Then we'll talk about what DevOps is and why we use DevOps, various workflows, skill set, concepts, and as I said that I'll try to give few points that you can use it as a starting point in your DevOps career. So let's begin with my background. Okay, talking about my background, I have done ECE, Electronics and Communication Engineering, and I have worked in this domain for almost 3 years. And so one fine day, it was like I was thinking that I'm not feeling that technical growth or career growth in the job profile that I was working as an electronics engineer. So I used to work as a testing engineer and a few other profile I used to work. So one fine day, I decided that I want to switch my career, but I had no idea like which domain I need to enter. But one thing I was sure that I want to enter the IT domain. So then I thought of upskilling myself. I started searching in Google, and it had a lot of information available. And I'll tell you one thing frankly, this word DevOps, right? I had never heard in my life. It was the first time when I decided to change my career, right? At that time, I saw this word DevOps in Google, and it was like a lot of vacancies were created for this DevOps domain profile. So I thought, let me try this. Anyhow, I wasn't happy with the job profile that I was working. So let me explore this part and try to make a career out of it. So, when I was like looking into it, I took some course. I used this YouTube videos, and I tried to learn from them, and I upskilled myself, and I learned different DevOps concepts, how it works, try to associate it with different DevOps tools that we have and we are using. And that's how I landed in the DevOps world. Okay. And one thing is like, I was very eager to get a job in DevOps. As I said, that I took a risk and quit my present job, and I was searching the job in IT domain. So I took the risk, I quit the job, and for almost 1 month, you can say I was like sitting at home and learning everything. And then I was like, I just skipped few steps, and I was like, I want to learn DevOps too. But then I thought, okay, why I am jumping directly to DevOps tool. Let me understand why am I trying to enter in DevOps domain. What is that thing that various IT companies and everyone are so much fond of DevOps, you know? So then I took one step back and I started learning why DevOps came into existence and what is that problem that DevOps is trying to solve. So let us try to understand the same thing. In any simple software development lifecycle, we know that there are two teams, two main teams. One is the dev team, other one is the ops team. So before DevOps practices, like even DevOps was used, right? So at that time, we used to follow the waterfall model, where waterfall model is a kind of model where both of these teams were working separately. They were not having any kind of communication between them. Dev team used to write the code, build the application, and ops team is the one who used to maintain the client side and used to maintain the applications on the production server. So there was no communication between them. And what used to happen, we used to face several kind of problems. Let's figure out what are those problems. Okay, the first problem is blame game. Blame game, this is a kind of similar kind of word, right? So blame game means what? Developer writes the code and they test the application on their environment. Their environment, you can say that their laptop and their operating system, and hand it over to the ops team once it is successful. An ops team, on the other hand, tells that the code is not working at all. There must be some issue in your code. Please correct it, as the client are getting angry. So this is like a blame game goes on, because both of them are blaming each other. So this kind of problem was occurring. The second problem you can talk is about unpredictable issues. This is for sure, because there is no testing being done at a regular interval, you can say. So in waterfall model, what used to happen is developer used to write entire code of the application and there was no testing at the interval. And finally, when it goes into the production stage, at that time we encounter several amount of issues. So developers become frustrated, like, oh, there's a lot of issue and how should I fix? So that is a kind of issue that we used to face. The third we can talk about is release and deploy mismatch. For sure, this is going to happen if there is no feedback from the client and if there is no testing being done after every simple particular code of the application has been written. The last we can talk about is lack of monitoring and feedback. Take an example that the client wants the web page to be in red color and the text to be in black color. But if there was no correct feedback taken at the initial stage of the product development, for sure the developer was not aware about what is the requirement of the client, right? So these kind of issues would arise and the client would get unhappy with the final product. So in order to solve all these issues and all these problems, there came DevOps, one solution for all these problems. DevOps is nothing but a one-shot solution to solve all this problem and trying to automate as much as possible, right from the stage of planning till coding, building, testing, release, deploy, operate, and finally monitor. So this is one-shot solution where we can term it as dev plus QA plus ops equal to DevOps. In simple term, we can also talk it as DevOps is trying to bridge the gap between these two teams. So it's like both the team will start communicating and collaborating with each other in order to have the deployment in the production environment very fast and in a very automative way. Talking about what is DevOps, as we discussed right now, DevOps is not a goal but a never-ending process of continual improvement. So I'll tell you, during my initial DevOps journey, right, I had this misunderstanding that DevOps is a particular tool or DevOps is a single person. I had this misconception in my mind. But when I started working in project and when I actually started working in this DevOps domain profile, I got to know that no, it's not a single person. There will be teams working together and trying to develop the product, right? Trying to containerize your application and deploy it in your production. That's what DevOps is all about. It's about automating the entire process, starting from the planning, coding till the end of deployment. And not till that, after deployment also we have to maintain the servers and the application up running, right? So that's what DevOps is all about. And we need to use the DevOps concept, for which we have tools available. We can relate them and use it as per the requirement of our project. What does DevOps do actually? As I said, DevOps will try to integrate dev team and ops team, because we have to communicate and collaborate. We have to understand a little bit about the dev team and dev team similarly to the ops team. And the main purpose is like we are trying to automate the workflow rather than having this manual method and no feedback, no testing. We are trying to remove it and trying to automate the entire process. Collaboration is very important. So if we have all these points included and if we perform or if we try to apply these things, this will indirectly increase our productivity. And this will actually provide a good developed complete product life cycle for us. So that's what DevOps does. Now, coming to some interesting points. Okay, so the starting point. Everyone in your life must have come to this situation, not only in DevOps, I can say, but anything, any new thing, if you want to learn, right? That is the starting point where you will be stuck, because you will be having plenty of information available, but we don't know which point to pick, which topic to pick, from where should I start, what should I do, we totally get confused. And even sometimes what happens, we try to grab as much as information, and then we, like, after 2-3 days, we circle back and come back to the same position where we started. So in order to solve that issue, with my experience and what all difficulties I've gone through, what all problems I've gone through, and what solution I had during that time, I'm going to share those things with you. So there are few things that you can learn before even starting your DevOps career, right? Finally, starting a DevOps career in the sense like entering to the DevOps domain and start working. So the first thing is understanding the DevOps concept. So we all have this point in our mind that, okay, if you want a job in some domain, you need to learn the tools for that. For sure, we need to learn the tool. That is equally important. But before that, we need to learn the concept. Why do we need to learn the concept also? Okay, so once you start working, right, you will have a situation in your life or a situation in your career that you have to choose which tool you want to use. So unless and until you have the knowledge of concept, so here concept, we are talking about version control, we have containerization concept, we have orchestration concept, we have Git, we have infrastructure as code concept. All this concept, if you have in your mind and if you know what it does, you can easily relate this concept with the tool and implement the best required tool for your project. So always try to understand the concept first before understanding the tools. The second most you can talk about is learn Linux basic and scripting, right? So from my day-to-day activity that I perform in my project and what all things I try to do is like Linux basics. So Linux commands, this is like every day I run these commands, grep command, or you can say make directory, mkdir, ls. All these commands is like a daily thing that you use in your life. So once you enter the DevOps domain, so I personally prefer that you need to have a good understanding of Linux basics and scripting also. So here I'm not telling that you should be a pro. You should not be a pro, but at least you need to have the basic understanding of it. Scripting is very important. So why? I'll tell you one of my scenario that I faced in my project, you can say. So there was some point where I need to automate few simple steps. So at that time, I had to write some script and call those script in my CI/CD pipeline. Since I didn't had much understanding about it during my initial DevOps learning journey, so I had to learn these things first, and then I could be able to create the CI/CD pipelines, right? So if I would have known these things, right, it would have fast tracked my DevOps journey. So I prefer that try to learn Linux basics and scripting. Then programming language. So this is a kind of like many people ask like, is programming language required in to enter into a DevOps domain? Yes. As per my experience, I say yes. So I'll tell you one of the real example of my life I can tell you. So I was working in one of the project and we were using Azure as our cloud provider. And I had this task been assigned that for some defect, I need to create the CI/CD pipeline in Azure. And I was able to create that CI pipeline in Azure using the Azure pipelines, and I was able to write the YAML file. Everything configuration was done, pipeline configuration was done. But when I ran the pipeline, right, my pipeline started failing. And I was like, okay, let me try to research. I tried to change this configuration. I tried to make lots of changes, but yet my pipeline was failing. And when I tried to see the logs, I was not able to much understand, okay, is this error because of my pipeline configuration or is it because of the code that developer has written? So after finding many things, I reached out to developer and asked him that, is there something that you are missing in your code? On further checking, he got to know that there is some particular value that was missing, and we got to know that okay, he made those corrections and my pipeline was running fine. So from this, I can say that if you had some few basic understanding of the programming language, that would help you in this way identifying the error. So if I would have known those things before, I could have from the log, I could have understood, oh, this is something that I need to reach out to developer, and I would have done it very fast. But no, but nevertheless, learning is, it's the kind of thing that you learn, right? And yeah, so try to learn any programming language, only just a kind of basics, like you can understand what the developer has written, so that it will be easy for you to identify the issues. Then comes the communication and collaboration. Yes, these communication and collaboration, both of the words seems very simple. Everyone communicates and everyone collaborates, right? But as much as learning tools is important, right, communication and collaboration is equally important. The reason is that if you're not able to communicate, then it's very difficult to survive in this DevOps world. Initially, I'll tell you the truth. Initially, when I just started my journey, right, I was little bit afraid of should I ask this question or not? Is this the correct way to ask? Because I was coming from a non-IT background, and the people surrounding me when I was working in the company, everyone were from IT domain, and they were like pro in it. And like if they have any issue, they will search it and everything and do it. So then I made one point that whatever it is, any kind of silly question set, try to communicate and collaborate, because that's how you will be able to solve the issues, right? And because in DevOps we need to communicate with a developer, we need to communicate with the QA team. That's what DevOps is all about. Self study, as I said, that nothing is possible without self study. We need to put our efforts also from our side, and that will help you. And the last, but this point is very important, YAML and Git commands. So I would tell you that YAML is something like you will every day, like if you create any pipeline, you will write YAML config. YAML is like an instructable set of commands, you can see. Instruction kind of thing you will be providing. So don't waste much time on YAML. I think you can spend around 5 to 6 days just to understand the syntax, how it is. And slowly, once you start working on it, you will be understanding that how the flow works, right? And the last but not the least, Git commands. So we use this Git commands, right? Git add, Git push, Git revert, Git stash, Git pull, and Git commit. All these commands are a part of DevOps domain profile. It's like your everyday task. In my day-to-day life, I run everyday Git commands. The reason is that we cannot work on the production environment for any testing, right? We'll clone the code in our local, do all kind of testing and everything, and finally once it is approved and everything is done, then we push it, right? So Git is something that you need to know basics also, and should have a good understanding also. So try to focus on Git before starting your DevOps domain. That will help you a lot. So these were the points that I feel, according to me, if you have a knowledge about this beforehand, will help you a lot. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay. So this is simple software release process, or you can say that simple software development lifecycle. So how does it start? It starts with the idea. We try to gather the information, like what we need to do, how are the tasks been done, and then we plan them. Once we have an idea about what is the outcome that we require, we plan it. We plan the task. Okay, how much duration this task should be there, and we try to assign it to the team members, so that we slowly progress on it. Finally, we have the developer who write the code, right? They write the code, testing, build it, test it, and all those things occurs. After testing, we have the packaging. We package it and we finally deploy it. So till here, after deploy also, we have to maintain it. That's where the ops, they come. So we have to maintain it, operate it, monitor it. We need to have our information been displayed in the dashboard if someone is using that, and so that the client have the data being displayed, like they can see the data, they can see the correct information that is coming, right? So this is a simple software development lifecycle that we follow. Now, so as I said, that concepts are very important. So let's talk about the concept. So the first concept that I'm going to talk is the version control. So version control is a way that allows you to take snapshot of your projects and allows multiple users to manage multiple revisions of the same unit of information. Like we have the GitHub repository, one such example, where we store our code and everything. So where developer keep on committing their codes, keep on committing their changes. Next concept, we talk about cloud providers. So as you can see that we have AWS, Azure, GCP. We have these cloud providers. So it's not necessary that we need to learn all of these cloud providers. No. You can start with anyone as per the requirement which is comfortable for you, or as per the project requirement in your company. It's just that all these cloud providers have the concept similar, and the syntax and everything, namings keep on change. Namings will be changed depending upon the providers that you are using. So you can start with any one of the cloud providers. Now comes the most important, or you can say most talked tool, you can say Docker. What is Docker actually? Docker is nothing but a way to package your application. It helps you to build, ship, and run your application seamlessly in any environment, whether it is production or whether it is testing environment, any environment. That's what Docker does. Now let's talk about its concept, that is containerization. What is Docker container? Docker container are a way of packaging your applications with all its dependencies and libraries. Everything packed in a single unit. That's what Docker container is all about. So initially I talked about one of the problem, right? That developer and ops team were working separately, and they were we had this blame game going on. Oh, this is not working in my environment. Oh, this is not working in your environment. So if you package your application everything in a single unit, then if you ship it in any environment, it will give you the same result as it was giving in the developer's environment. Now the next concept is container orchestration, so Kubernetes. So we have heard about Kubernetes, like you can say Docker and Kubernetes go hand in hand. These are the tools that most of the DevOps domain ask you. Even in the like interview also, they will try to ask you if you have this thing in your resume. It's like a plus point for you. So what is container orchestration? So let us take an example of which example shall I take? Okay, take an example of Netflix or Hotstar or any of this what we call, where we watch films, right? So for example, consider that there is some cricket match going on. Okay, there is some match being cricket match has been started, and it's a kind of people are very fond of cricket, right? And say for example, there is some cricket match going on, and suddenly there is a increase in traffic. What happens then? That time, managing simple, so like around 10 to 20 containers is okay, but when there is around 200, 300 of containers been running, and there is a sudden spike, or there is a sudden traffic to the website comes on, what you gonna do? That time Kubernetes comes into play. It tries to manage the timing of the pods. It maintains the scalability, and it sees that the server is not down. It makes sure that even when there is some issue, it will try to bring up the pod. So also you can take the example of some shopping, online shopping cart, right, where there is some sale going on. So many users will try to log in and try to get their products, or try to add their things in the cart, right? At that time, how that website is going to handle so much of traffic, right? And we are not sure that the traffic will come at this particular time, or it will come at morning. No, it can come at any time. At backend, then Kubernetes plays that role, and it helps to manage it. That's what Kubernetes is all about. Okay, so CI/CD is like the heart of DevOps. It's like the actual business value comes from CI/CD. So everything you write a code till the deployment, everything is happening through the CI/CD pipeline. So we have continuous integration, continuous delivery, continuous deployment. So all these things happens in an automated way right from starting, where the developer write the code, push their code into some Git repository, and build it, test it, and finally deploy it to the production environment. So CI/CD pipeline, if you are a fresher, right, you can start with Jenkins. And I would also give you one example, like you can start with Azure also, because I started with the same thing. You can just sign in and start. It just asks you for the username and password, sign in, and in simple, you can start with some simple Hello World application that will give you an idea, a hands-on, right? Hands-on, like how the pipeline is configured and how the code has been even pulled from the GitHub or any code repository. Now, so CI/CD tools. So there are plenty of tools available, as I said, Jenkins, Codacy, Azure Pipeline, Drone, GitHub Actions, many things. You can start with the one that you prefer the best. Okay, last but not the least is the infrastructure as code. What is infrastructure as code? So infrastructure as code is a way in which you define your resources and in a declarative manner, and you have a configuration kind of file. So what it does is that once you configure it, define your resources, you can share these files with your team members so that they can use this and deploy it. Say, for example, if you want some virtual machine to be created, you just define the resource, package it kind of a file that you have, and have all the resources defined in that, and you can hand it over to the team members. So in that way, no one has to repeat it again. So the repetitive task that we do, right, that is removed by just creating a simple configuration file and defining your resources in a declarative manner. Okay, so GCP, Azure, all these things have their own what we can say infrastructure as cloud providers, right? They have ARM, Azure Resource Manager, then Google Deployment Manager, and Cloud Formation. So you can also use them. We have Terraform also, right? Okay, so that's the end of my slide, and I hope this is useful to you. And yeah, so I wanted to share my journey on how I was able to start my career in DevOps, right? Initially, I was a little bit scared, like, because I don't know how the journey would be. But now I can say that it's something that I'm happy that I made this choice and I came into this domain. And I'm happy to share these knowledge with you all people. And I do have my own YouTube channel where I try to learn things and I try to create videos so that I can share the knowledge and I can gain knowledge from you people also. So if you want to contact me, you can contact me on my YouTube channel, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Thank you so much.
Hello again, you two.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the informative talk. I think you really made a good point in pointing out the basics, the real basic stuff. And so I think everyone in the audience now knows what DevOps is all about.
Let me start. What would you recommend?
Mark, there seems to be something wrong with your audio.
Oh, I'm sorry, but let me try to fix it. Check. Are we better?
Perfect. Hey, perfect.
Sorry about that. Meg, I'm very curious.
Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Thanks for pointing it out. As always, working in tech always brings these simple problems with it. Mega, what would you recommend to other young professionals who might be considering to switch over to the DevOps space, but who might be hesitant, who might be anxious about taking the risk? What kind of mindset do you think you need to have in order to take that step?
Okay, so I can tell you that when I started my journey, right, I was not sure. I was even not sure that even I'll get a job in DevOps domain. But I would say that don't think about where you're gonna land or something. So once you decide that you want to work in DevOps domain, try to learn as much as possible. Put your efforts, because that's what is gonna count. You can do course, you can like watch many YouTube channels and everything. Unless and until you put your effort, like your self study and everything, that's the main thing. Because I used to, after learning this YouTube from the YouTube channels and everything, I used to learn it again. It's a kind of revision I used to do. So that was giving me some knowledge, and every time I used to learn it, right, I used to get different questions in my mind. And one thing I want to tell to fresher, that don't lose any hope if someone rejects you, because I was rejected from several interviewers, right? Even I can tell you one example, like, no, people called me, saw my resume, oh, you have these DevOps concept, these tools. Oh, we cannot consider you for the interview because you don't have that experience. So even I have the skill, I was not even selected to attend the interview. So I was heartbroken certain point of time, but then I thought, no, I'll keep on trying. Someone is gonna accept me for my skills for sure. So keep that positive mind in think in your mind and keep on learning, because that's what will help you to even get a job in any domain. So I would say that to the freshers and everyone.
I love it. I love it. Stay focused and conquer
Yes.
the space one step at a time.
True.
Yeah, really words to live by, not only in a professional world. We got the community question. It's maybe a bit related to the one Mark asked. As a woman, how hard is it to get a job as a DevOps engineer? So did you experience also difficulties there?
Yeah. So I can say that the difficulty was more like the technical side. And if you talk about women, so if you are married or if you have it's like if you're married, it would be difficult to manage also. So I would prefer that it's equal for both of them, whether it is women or men. It's depend upon the skills that you have, those skills, you have those technical knowledge. And if you are focused in your career, and if you, as Mark said, right, take one step by one step, that is a kind of thing that will help you uh, achieve your goal, not only in DevOps but any stream you want to achieve, right? So yes, depends upon the skill, and try to go step by step.
I love your positivity. It's really hard work.
Absolutely.
So, thank you so much for that answer as well.
Yeah.
We got another question. I'm not from an IT background, so same as you were a few years ago. Where can I get trained to become a DevOps engineer? So maybe do you have some further resources to share, like blogs, YouTube channels apart from yours, etc.?
Yeah. So I can tell you that so if you're a fresher like me, as I'm coming from non-IT background, so what I did, the first thing was that I started watching YouTube channels. First thing I did that. You can go through that. Second thing is that we have this various platform where people write articles, where you have simple tutorials of running Hello World applications. That is like starting stage. You can go through those articles. Second thing, you can do that. Third thing is that by yourself, you can pick any tool and just go to their official documentation page, and getting started is the documentation they have. You can just go through that, and by yourself also you can start it. And I started from a like one of the online course provider, because I wanted to have some understanding. So I took that course, and you can also opt for any course if you feel that that is important for you. You can go through that. And there are videos of Tech with Nana. So I used to go through those videos. And we have Mumshad video for I can say Kubernetes and Docker. You can follow those things. And last but not the least, you can follow my video also. So that will help you a lot. Yeah. So these are the steps that I feel that you can go through.
Right. Thank you for that answer as well. Yeah. We got a very interesting question, I think, because one of our community members wants to know if you would need to do this join again. What would you do different?
Okay, so you're asking that if I want to join different domain, right?
If you like with the knowledge you have now, if you would do your journey again, like becoming from zero to where you are now, are there like things you would do differently? Do you think there were like ways you could have avoided during this journey? Maybe let's phrase it like that.
Yeah. So yeah, there are plenty of things. The first thing I can tell is that when I was working in electronics domain, so I only knew that C and C++. That's what I've learned in college. So only that thing I knew. So I could say that with the knowledge that I have right now, that would have actually helped me in like helping me to actually land in the project. So during my initial days, I wasn't assigned to any project. I was like working on a sprint task, you can say. So because I didn't had much knowledge about that, so they never used to assign me to some particular project. So that journey I can cut it off, and I can directly land in some project, like actual project where you work and implement the things, right? So that thing I could have landed. And yeah, I feel that's the one thing that I feel that helped me. And yeah, and I would have been like the journey that I took almost 3 to 4 months to start from zero till where I am, like till the first job I got. So I think that would have helped me. It would have, the journey timing would have reduced. So yeah, that's it, I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We got another question. What was the most frustrating thing while becoming a DevOps engineer, apart from being rejected in interviews? And did you wanted to quit at some point?
Oh, okay. First point I'll answer. Okay. Frustrating thing was when I used to get stuck in the issue, and I was like, whom should I ask? Who will help me? Because people around me, when I was learning, right, I was sitting at home and I was like, oh God, this issue is there. What should I do? Whom should I reach out? And I'll tell you, if a IT person can solve a issue in 2 hours, I would take around half a day to solve that issue. Okay. And I was like getting so much frustrated. Like, I'm like, what should I do? Whom should I ask? And I used to search in Stack Overflow. Every day I used to search in Stack Overflow, try to find the answer. Till I find the answer, I used to forget the question what I was actually searching. Many things happened, but I never got to that point that I should quit. Yes, I was frustrated a lot, but I never felt of quitting and searching some other domain. I was very happy that I'm struggling, yes, but I'm happy in learning these things. It was like something that made me happy, even though it is difficult. I was happy to learn this thing, and I was sure that someday or the other I'm gonna do something good with this knowledge. So yes.
Thank you, Mega, for that answer as well. Next question. How much time do you think it will be necessary to get a job as a DevOps, considering a background as full stack dev? So if you don't start at zero but want to switch to DevOps.
Yes. So if you talk about a person who has some experience in IT, right? So I feel that it will be easy for that person to understand the concept because he has that background. Not fully, little bit he might have that background. So I feel that he can grasp the knowledge much more faster compared to a non-IT background. And but coming to the part where we learn the tools, right? Once we understand the concept, we learn the tools. That depends upon the person, how he is much more comfortable with the tools. Not every person will be comfortable with the tools, so it depends upon him. So I can say around 2 months, since if he has that background, in 2 to 3 months will be much more beneficial for that person.
Right. Thanks for this as well. Another question would be, what certifications can you recommend?
Okay. Certifications is like, okay, so when I started working, I did the Azure certification. So it was during my project. So I can recommend that. This will be an add-on to your resume. Nowadays, people are talking about CK certification, right? Kubernetes certification. That is little bit difficult. I would say that don't directly land to that certification. Start from something which is comfortable for you, because otherwise once we fail the certification we feel little bit low. So start with something that is a stepwise kind of thing. Start with Azure, you can do that. We do have AWS certifications also, you can prefer that, but I have not done that, so I'm not.
Okay, thank you for this as well. Next question. Do you still code, like open source or other side projects, for example?
I think there is some background noise. Okay, sorry. Am I audible?
Yes. We hear you perfectly.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I missed your question.
No problem. The question was if you still code, so if you maybe or contribute to open source software or have other side projects apart from DevOps.
So you're asking me that if I would have a chance to code or something?
Yeah, if you still do, if you are coding like also in your free time maybe and contribute to community projects.
So not much about code I can say, but I try to learn the code or some programming language like Python. We can start from that. And if I want to contribute to the community, I can say that as I said that I create videos, right? So what I do, I try to integrate these tools with different cloud providers and try to run simple applications and try to see how the outcome is and how a person can use those tools. Because if you know the concept, in like indirectly you're gonna do the same thing in your project. So I like to contribute in that way. Try to use GitHub Actions, you can say, where we have the CI/CD. I mean the CI pipelines you can create in that, and you can, once the developer push the code, right, the pipeline starts. You can configure it in such way that if there is any push, the pipeline is started and we get the outcome. So in that way, I try to contribute and even learn also.
Right, thank you. Next question. For absolute beginners, is there a particular programming language you need to learn before diving into DevOps?
Okay. There's no such particular language, but if you are a non-tech person, I prefer start with Python. That's, I can say, simple and easy to understand and help you to give a start for your career.
Right, thank you. Next question. Do you think you need any tech background to get started in DevOps? When are you ready to apply for a tech job?
Okay. So for starting your journey into DevOps, as I said that I myself coming from a non-IT background. So any person can do it. If I can do it, then anyone can start that journey, right? And applying the jobs is where you require skills and technical knowledge. Yes, for sure you require that. And as I said that the points that I mentioned in my session today, you can follow those things, and I can tell you that you will land into, I will tell you that you might not have that title or the position in the company, but you will be working in DevOps domain and you will be actually using the DevOps tools. So try to go through those things, try to utilize the points that I've mentioned, and you can, for sure you can get a job. But for sure technical skills are required. That is required for sure.
Right, thank you. I'm also very curious, as we already talked a few times about your YouTube channel. Do you have like a system in where you decide which topics you want to discuss, or how do you manage and handle all these topics you want to discuss on the YouTube channel?
Okay. So topics depends upon like the things that is a kind of thing that is a booming a lot, and wherever I get stuck, right, in my project, or even I want to learn something new thing. So wherever I get stuck, and once I find a solution for that, right, that's the thing that I feel that, oh yes, this is something I need to create a video, because like me, many people will be facing this issue, because I myself search in YouTube like, oh, I'm stuck here, how should I solve this? So that's the way I create, and I try to create the videos in such a way stepwise. So if someone is starting with Kubernetes, I start with installing the Kubernetes first, then starting running your first pod, creating your first container application and creating a pod out of it. So stepwise I try to create so that it will be a series, and a person, if anyone is watching, he would get a knowledge, at least of like 50% he would get a knowledge from that. So that's how I decide and start creating.
All right, thank you for that insight. We got another question. how do you manage or set aside time for learning outside of work when there may also be other things you'd rather be doing?
Oh yeah, that is kind of thing. Initially, it was like very difficult because we have our work. I work in a project, and I used to like it's like late night. Also, sometimes I have to work. Work come first, and Saturday Sunday I can tell that's the time where I actually sit, relax, and I create this video. I learn it, and I try to create it. Sometimes I get frustrated in the part of editing, right? So I'm not good at editing. So that's where I get frustrated. But that editing part I am learning. Technically, I'll just record everything, but the editing is important. So yeah, so that's how I manage my time, my work, and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure soon you will be big enough to employ an editor on yourself, so you don't need to handle with that.
Hopefully, your words should come true.
They will. Do you have any cloud-based test cases? If I'm
Okay,
understanding the question correctly.
Yeah. Cloud-based test cases. So I can say that I have used Robot Framework and integrated it with Azure to try run some test cases that would give you the what we can say the outcome in the logs. And I have not much I've worked on test cases, but there is one more thing that I've used, like scanning Docker images for their vulnerabilities and printing the logs, whether it is vulnerabilities high, low, medium, or how it is. So that's how I have used it till now, I can say.
Right. Thanks for this as well. Another question: how would you relate backend with DevOps?
Okay, backend with DevOps. If I'm not wrong, backend with DevOps, is it something you're talking about the server? And if that is the server, then I feel that it comes under the ops section. I can tell that. And if it comes under the ops section, then we have certain scenarios where we need to maintain the server, and we don't want the pods or the application that is running and being viewed by the client should come down. So not much I can say, but mm, backend I can talk about these things, servers, or else I can try to get back to this question. I'll try to search and I'll try to see if I can answer to that person. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to specify your question, you can post it or just write to Mega in private on
Yeah.
socials, so maybe you can discuss this further.
Sure.
Mark, do you have any more questions?
Yes, Mega, I'm very curious as well about the YouTube channel because you're doing it all. Obviously, giving back to the community after using the platform to learn for yourself. I see you launched last summer, 50,000 views. This is really impressive. I'm very curious, why and when did you decide to do this? And what does it take to maintain the channel? Like, how do you balance it? You already spoke a bit about this, but I'm curious about the beginning and your decision to launch that.
Okay, so I would like to tell that there was certain this is something like little bit personal to me. Like when I was working, I even heard people around me used to tell me that oh, you cannot do this. You are like you will be somewhat simple thing you will be doing, and that's how life is gonna be. But I don't want it to do that, and I know that I'm capable of doing things. I'm not telling that I'm someone who is very smart, or I can say I'm very intelligent. No, I will learn things, and that's how I do. I'm not a kind of a person who knows everything. No, there was certain situation in my life when people used to tell me, no, you cannot do this, so and so, so and so. But then I thought, okay, let them talk, I'll do what I want. And when I landed in this DevOps domain, right, I was very happy. The one thing is, like when I was working in electronics, right, I was like counting time, when is the time gonna end, when I was going home. Okay, and in now I can tell you the present where I'm working and whatever I'm doing, right, I start from morning and it becomes night, and I don't know how time is passed. That is something that makes me happy. Okay, I'm learning and I'm like happy in things that I'm doing. So then I thought, okay, let me try to share these things with the people who are facing same issues with me. There are many people who want to try, who want to conquer their what we can say, their fear and everything, but they don't have such resources or anything. So I know many people are there with the same situation as I am. So I want to help them. I want to, from my side, if I can provide them anything, any resources, that would be helpful. Even on my YouTube channel, people used to comment, that Mega, thank you, your resource helped me to get a knowledge of this, your resource helped me to land a job in. That message or that sentence is like brings a smile on my face whenever I read them. So I feel, okay, if this is making a change in someone person's life, I should continue this. That helps me, that actually gives me a drive to continue these things doing. Yes, it is difficult for me sometimes. I am like months together, I am working on Saturdays and Sundays also, by myself. I work Saturday, Sunday, I do the YouTube channel. So but anyhow, I take out time for myself also. I also enjoy. So yeah, that's how it's going on right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I guess things are a lot easier when there's passion behind it, right? The time just flies.
Correct.
Absolutely love your humbleness and dedication for all the projects you're working on. Thank you, Mega.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yes, thanks also from my side too. In the meantime, we got another question in, and we still have some time. So if you don't mind, next question would be, which tool do you use to scan Docker containers?
Okay, so for scanning the Docker containers, it was way back, I think 2-3 years back, I used a tool, but I can mention that tool in the chat, right? I will try to get that tool. I'm not remembering that, but I'll mention that in like around 15-20 minutes. I'll try to mention that.
Yes. All right, Mega, thank you so much for the talk. It was not only informative, I think it was also very encouraging to lots of people. I love your positivity. So stay as you are, and hey, people, follow her on YouTube. I think you can learn a lot from her, not only on a technical level. Thank you so much, Mega, and see you next time.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you,
Thanks
Mega.
a lot. Bye.
Awesome.
So, Mark, awesome person, Mega, wasn't she?
Super interesting, yes.
Yeah. So I would say before we jump into a quick break, maybe we can also tell the audience to remember that we still have a raffle ongoing with Codacy. Maybe you know what exactly this is. Do you have had it in your hands, the retro gaming machine?
Oh, I wish I did not have a chance to try it out, but I've seen it. I've seen the specs, and yeah, it's just a bunch of amazing retro games right at your disposal.
Yeah, sadly me neither, but of course. So don't forget to join the raffle by clicking the link in the chat, and yeah, to get your chance to win this really cool retro gaming machine. All right, Mark, I would say before we announce the next speaker, let's jump into about 3-minute break. So just enough time for everyone to get a new coffee, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome. See you in a bit.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.
All right, welcome back after a short break. And let's get ready for the next session. The Director of Developer Experience at Red Hat, a true Java and open source expert, and teaches at Ramonul University in Barcelona, and also the co-author of a range of books on testing and Kubernetes. Please welcome Alex Soto.
Hello.
Hello,
good.
Alex.
Yeah, I don't know if say good morning, good evening. You know, yeah, it's 12. It's like, you know, I always have problems just spacing exactly if it's good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I always have, you know, this kind of questions.
It's very true. It really depends also on where you come from. That's right. Yeah. I think for me, we're neighbors. I'm based in Lisbon, so for me, it's still the morning, 11 a.m. I think can go through as a morning. For you, it's a bit more tricky.
Yeah, so it's like, but I always have, you know, it's like, I don't know exactly what. Yeah, I mean, at good night, even good night, it's difficult because sometimes it's truly night and it's good evening, right?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, let's keep it simple. Welcome and hello, Alex. Very good to have you here.
Welcome. Yeah, and also it's an online conference. Probably there is people around the globe. So for some it's good morning, others good evening, others good afternoon. So welcome everyone. Right.
Awesome, Alex. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just going to put here my slides, and we can start because in this session we're going to talk about, or it's an introduction, if you will, of security and secrets in the GitOps era. Because at the end we are using DevOps, you know, because at the end we want to just release often to production, and maybe you are using GitOps. I know that after me there is also a session about Flux, which is a GitOps tool. So it's like, okay, yeah, all these techniques are super cool, but how about the secrets? And more specifically, how about the secrets when they are first in Git and then they are inside Kubernetes? What's happened with them? So this is a bit of what we're going to try to answer into today's session. My name is Alex Soto. My Twitter is Alex Soto B. My email is asotoware@redhat.com. If you've got any question, yeah, I know that you can just ask it now, but if your question comes later, feel free to ping me in Twitter or email. And I'm also the co-author of all these books. We're going to see some of them at the end, because there is the GitOps cookbook that you can download it for free. So first of all, let's define what is a secret. Because at the end, a secret is a piece of information that is only known by one person or few people and should not be told to others. This comes from the Cambridge Dictionary. So we can see that, okay, secrets are things that are important to keep secure, to keep secret, and as the name says, and trying to not tell to a lot of people, because if we told the secret, then these other people can tell to others and so on. So secret is something important. And I really like music, and I like to do this analogy with the secrets. There are some songs that has what is known as backmasked message songs. You can see that it's like a secret, because it's, you listen the song and at some point you don't understand exactly what they are saying, but if you backplay the song, then you understand what they're saying. Okay, so they have a secret inside the song. For example, the Beatles with Rain, Loser in the Back, Perfect Sense Part 1 in Roger Waters, or Empty Spaces on the Pink Floyd The Wall album. So, okay, there are some secrets, but you hear something that is strange, and then you say, oh, here it is something, and maybe it's a secret. But also there are other songs that they have some secrets inside. And one of the key points of these 3 songs that you can see here is that all of them are written in V minor key. V minor key, it's a key in the songs that are used when there is the death near, when your life is in a trouble, right? In these cases, the music usually is written in V minor key. We saw this, for example, in the Rite of the Valkyries, right? All the Valkyries are going there to just, take the dead heroes and put it to Valhalla. So there is death. So Wagner decided to write in V minor. But there are more. For example, Symphony Number 8. It's used by the Smurfs animation series when Gargamel is trying to kill the Smurfs. So the authors of Smurfs decided to put a song in V minor. And the same happens with In the Hall of the Mountain King, where Pershing is trying to be captured by the trolls of the mountain. And why they explain this, right? Because there is not a secret here, but there is a secret here. Why? Well, because the 14th of October of 1991, Queen released The Show Must Go On song. Just almost 1 month later, Freddie Mercury died. Then, you know that most of the people didn't know that Freddie Mercury was dying. But one of the last songs they wrote, it was in V minor key. So there was a secret in this song, not just because of the title of The Show Must Go On. Also, the key of the song was telling us that Freddie was dying. So there was a secret. It was a really nice secret inside. Nice in the sense that, not nice because Freddie was dying. Nice because it was they say the circle was closed. Just not only the lyrics, also the keys. So it was really well thought thing. And this means that the secrets can be really easy to see, like when you hear something weird in a song and you say, hey, this song has some backmasked secret. But also in the case of The Show Must Go On, the secret was more difficult to check, but not impossible, because in the security world, in the secrets world, there is no silver bullet. There is only layers and layers and layers of security, like an onion. So you can always break one layer of the security, but the important thing is having another layer of security around. And if this layer is broken, then another layer, and so on. So it's just protecting your resources with many, many layers. But this is for secrets, for the security. It's a really quick introduction. But what is DevOps, GitOps, right? Because at the end, we are just talking about GitOps and DevOps. But what is exactly this? Okay, DevOps is the key to meet the insatiable demand for delivering quality applications rapidly. Basically, DevOps allows you to go to production faster. Basically, it helps you work the last mile. The last mile where you're trying to put an application that is already developed, tests, and so on, from your machines to the production machines and start sending public traffic to it. That is what DevOps helps. But you know that when you're trying to release an application to production, okay, things are not really easy, right? We've got all this mud of code that needs to put it on production. Usually when you've got this big ball, it's because you are not delivering every day, you're delivering every 6 months. So you've got a lot of code to be deployed to production. And well, we can see a lot of people here. So there is always someone who trying to say, no, don't go to production. Usually it's the product owner, right? That says, oh, I'm not sure if we are ready to go to production, so just stop. Or maybe it's the security team that it's saying, oh, please, no, not yet. We are not secure enough, right? So there's someone trying to push back the release. Of course, all the developers are saying here, oh, please, we want to go to production. We want to show to all of you these new features. Then we've got this guy. Probably this guy is the architect, right? That is just, surfing on top of this code. Oh, my code is super cool, and we architected super well, and we are, surfing there, probably. And then there is this guy. Yeah, probably it's a DBA, right? The DBA is, well, sorry for the DBAs, but that they're always trying to don't touch the DB, don't delete anything, and so on. So yeah, okay, that's the process of trying to release to production. And the big problem is that this is not happening just once. It happens once every 6 months. So every 6 months, we repeat the same ceremony of trying to release to production, having a lot of problems, and so on. So what we need to try to get is that the process of delivering to production as smooth as possible. And just being a small piece of code that just rolling up the hill, and then we can just let fall down to production. And this is exactly what we can get it with DevOps. But what is GitOps? Because it's about DevOps and GitOps. GitOps, at the end, we can say that it's a implementation, if you will, of DevOps, or a methodology that helps us to implement DevOps. Basically, with GitOps, Git is the single source of truth. Everything that is in Git is what is on production. If it's not in Git, then it means that it's not in production. This helps you to treat everything as code. It means that when you want to deploy and release a new application to production, you just need to make some kind of code changes in this Git repo, do a push, and the process goes to production automatically. Also, this means that you can do all these operations through Git workflows. So it's not necessary to just do a change on the main branch, and this branch is just reflected to production. You can, for example, create a pull request, and you can test these infrastructure changes before going to production. So for example, you can say every time that there is a pull request of an infrastructure change, I've got an environment where I test them. Or also I can have several branches. One branch which is the main branch, which is the production, but I can have also a branch named pre-production, and another staging, and another performance. And in each of these branches, any changes that are done, these changes are reflected to each of the environments, not in the production environment. So you see that thanks of GitOps, we just do changes in Git, and these changes are reflected to the production environment. Basically, in my opinion, the GitOps application delivery model is something like this. We've got 2 Git repositories. One Git repository is where there is the source code of your application, where developers push their things. So basically, a developer just push a change, a new feature. Then there is the continuous integration part. It can be GitHub Actions, it can be Tekton, it can be Jenkins. Okay, but in any case, here we just run the continuous integration. We build application, test application, do some static code analysis, wherever, and finally we create a container. And this container finally is pushed to an image registry. Then after that, my continuous integration part creates a pull request to the config Git repository. This config Git repository is the repository where we store all the code related to deploying and releasing the application. In case of Kubernetes, just a bunch of YAML files, deployment files, Kubernetes services, YAML files, ingress YAML files, and so on. So just YAML files. So when we finish to build the container image, we just send a pull request saying, hey, I've got a new version to be delivered. Here is the pull request. Someone could review this pull request, merge the pull request from the pull request repo to the main branch, and then start the continuous delivery part. This continuous delivery part just take the changes and deploy to Kubernetes. How this works, this continuous delivery part, okay, there are a lot of different technologies out there. In this case, I'm going to show you Argo CD, which is this logo. And basically, Argo CD is a Kubernetes controller that is monitoring all the time this config Git repository, detecting a drift. So it's just detecting when someone changes any of these YAML files. For example, changes the YAML file because we set a new container image in the deployment file. Detects the drift and take action. Argo CD just take the request and says, there's a deployment file that has changed it. You set it a new image. Okay, let's deploy this deployment file. And finally, it deploys this new version of the application into Kubernetes. And we start again monitoring for new changes. Okay, so this is how the GitOps work. So let me just show you a really quick demo about Argo CD. I've got here my Kubernetes cluster with, you see here is my my Argo CD dashboard, and I've got an application here. Basically, this is an application, it's a to-do application that, it's a typical to-do application at the very end, that has a PostgreSQL database. So you see here that this is a to-do deployment file, which deploys the to-do application, the to-do service for the ingresses thing. And then here I've got the PostgreSQL deployment, PostgreSQL service, and so on. You see that I've got a bunch of YAML files. Then how Argo CD works, how GitOps works. Okay, here I've got the YAML file, the manifests or the scripts to deploy the application, and I need to register this Git repository. So I need to set Argo CD. Hey, Argo CD, this is a repository, a Git repository. Please monitor any change and apply these changes to the Kubernetes cluster. And I'm just going, I can go here. I can just show you if you want the file. You see that it's just a simple YAML file, super small. Where I said this is an application of Argo CD, and I'm just configuring here where is the application to deploy. I set the URL, I set the branch, I set the path, and then done. Well, there is some configuration parameters here, but for now it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to do kubectl apply -f to do application. Okay, so what's happening now is that I'm registering the application to Argo CD. Argo CD will notice the change and will start deploying the application. You can see here how all the applications being deployed automatically. Okay, so just easy, right? And fast as well. You see that it's now syncing, everything is synced. So now my application, my cluster, it's aligned with this Git repo. Now, any change that I do here, it will be applied to the cluster, okay, which you can see here how the application is being deployed. I can just click it here as well, And if I go to to-do.html, you'll see here the to-do application with that, all the to-dos. Okay? But now it comes one of the first problems. You see here, there is the Postgre, and if I open the Postgre deployment, oops, you see that the login and password is just here in plain text. Of course, that's not a good idea. Others might say, oh yes, because you put it here as an environment variable. In my case, I would just create a Kubernetes secret. And that's fine. The problem is that the Kubernetes secret file is not encrypted. Okay, it's stored in base 64. I think I've got here some example. I can do a bat of secret.yaml file. You see here, this is a Kubernetes secret. And you will say, oh, look, Alex, I've got here the greeting.message. Yes, that's true. But this is not encryption. This is encoding. See that if I do an echo of this file with base64 decode, you see that the message is hello. So yes, you can store secrets in a Kubernetes secret YAML file, but when you store it inside the Git repository, everyone will be able to check the secret. And remember that you should not tell secrets to anyone. So what we need to do, let's introduce you another project. Remember, this is a Kubernetes cluster. We've got the master node and master or main node or primary node, sorry. Now with the API, ATCD, schedulers, controllers, and then we've got all the worker nodes. But one of the key points for this talk, and for the reason I put it this slide, is the ATCD. ATCD is the database where all the Kubernetes objects are stored. And it means that any Kubernetes secrets is stored in ATCD. That's really important to have it now clear. Now, as I said, ATCD is something that's running usually in the master or the primary node by default. For those who don't know exactly what is ATCD, it's a distributed key value database that stores the state of the cluster. And when we do, for example, kubectl get pods, basically these pods are stored, that the information are stored in the ATCD. So you query ATCD for everything. And Kubernetes secrets are stored there. Super important to have this in mind for what we are going to see in the following sections. So again, how we can fix the first problem that I showed you today, which is how can I store a Kubernetes secret object inside Git? Because I want to implement GitOps, but without exposing the secrets. And there are several projects. For me, the easiest one is one that's named Seal Secrets. Okay, that's a very nice project that works in this way. We've got a Kubernetes secret. Okay, then we've got a Kubernetes cluster. This Kubernetes cluster has a pair of private and public keys. And this private and public key is inside the Kubernetes cluster. Then, when I want to save, publish a Kubernetes secret, what I need to do is use the kubectl CLI tool. The kubectl just read the public key to encrypt content from the Kubernetes cluster and encrypts this secret to another secret, which is named Seal Secret. You'll see now in the demo that this secret is safe to store it in Git. So we store in Git something that instead of containing a Kubernetes secret, it contains another thing. Then what's happened when Argo CD in this case detects that there is a new object there? It just captures the Kubernetes or the new Kubernetes secret, the Seal Secret, which is encrypted. But at this point, Argo CD just applied this Seal Secret. When applies this Seal Secret, the piece of Seal Secrets that are installed inside Kubernetes cluster, okay, so the part where we've got the private key to decrypt this secret is run. So the decrypted part happens on the Kubernetes side inside the cluster. And finally, it decrypts these seal secrets to create a standard secret. So basically, now you will understand with the demo, we've got one piece or a pair of public keys and private keys. Public keys are on the laptop, private keys are on the Kubernetes. Public keys are used to encrypt, private keys are used to decrypt. Let me show you in a moment and you will understand. Let me do, for example, kubectl get pods -n kubesystem. You see here in this kubesystem namespace, I've got the seal secrets controller. This is a pod that do all this magic that I just explained to you. Decrypting seal secrets into a Kubernetes secret. Then, as I said before, we need to download it, the public key, to be able to encrypt our secrets. We can do in this in the next way. You do kubectl -fetch cert. So I'm just fetching the certificate. Here it shows you the certificate and install the certificate. Nothing. I just take it a public key, which is used to encrypt. Now it's time to encrypt something. We want to encrypt. What we can encrypt, for example, we can encrypt this secret, Kubernetes secret, right? That remember that it's not encrypted, it's just encoded in base64. So what I'm going to do now is use kubectl -format. I said that it's the format YAML because it could be JSON or not, and I'm just saying, look, take the secret.yaml file and create a new file that is named greeting secret seal secret.yaml, which is going to run in this namespace. So when I run this, at that point, I've just encrypted this secret.yaml file, which is this one, greeting secret seal secrets. You see now, this is exactly the same secret as before, but it's encrypted. You see that the greeting message now contains a bunch of bytes here, and well, yeah, and a lot of different things. But this is the file that you're going to store in Git. You're not going to store the secret.yaml file. In fact, at this point, you can remove secret.yaml file because you are not interested anymore in it. What you really are interested is in this file, which is encrypted. Now, I can do kubectl apply -f of this file in my Kubernetes cluster. Now I'm simulating that I'm Argo CD. I apply it, and it's created. What's happening if I do kubectl get secrets? You see that the greeting secret is here. That's, 7 seconds ago, I created a greeting secret. Basically, kubectl has just decrypted that object and created a real Kubernetes secret, which is the greeting secret. Of course, I can do kubectl get secret greeting secret -o YAML, and you can see that the secret is the original one having the greeting message and encrypted. So with the original value. So great. Now we're gonna start to give secrets that are encrypted, and when I apply these encrypted files, automatically Kubernetes creates the Kubernetes secret unencrypted and put it inside the Kubernetes host. So some of you might say, whoa, that's great. We've done it, right? But can you see something here? You see that the message here inside the cluster is unencrypted. And this means several things. The first one, anyone with access to the Kubernetes cluster can do this command and get the secret. Of course, you might say, oh, no, not everyone has access to the Kubernetes cluster. Yes, I know. And what's happened to etcd? Remember that most of the information and the secrets as well are stored in etcd. So if anyone has access to etcd, they're going to get this. So they're going to get the secret unencrypted. Of course, you might say, oh, no worries, Alex. We are protecting a lot ATCD. That's fine. What's happened with the logs of ATCD or the backups of ATCD? All this information, all the log files, all the backups of ATCD also contains the secrets unencrypted. So that's true that you can protect ATCD, but you remember what I mentioned before of the layers, like the onions, right? So you can protect ATCD, but if you lose the control of ATCD or you get loose of the backups or the logs, okay, you can get an attacker might have the information. Of course, you might say, okay, how we can fix this? Because at the end, I'm just applying a Kubernetes secret that was encrypted and now is unencrypted inside Kubernetes. Kubernetes noticed that and created one thing that is named encryption secrets at rest. Basically, is encrypting these Kubernetes secrets in ATCD. So now, when we store something inside ATCD, it can be encrypted. So basically, it does something like this. I've got the master node or the primary node of Kubernetes. Remember that we've got something that is named ATCD. So when I do a kubectl apply of a secret, or in case of a seal secret, when I apply the unencrypted seal secret, then I've got an encryption configuration file that encrypts the secret and stored to ATCD. So when I do a kubectl apply of a secret, there is a process that encrypts this secret and store it inside ATCD encrypted. And when someone needs to inject this secret from ATCD or from Kubernetes into the pod, then it does the reverse process. It just reads from ATCD, decrypts, and injects the information into the pod. And of course, you might say, whoa, that's great. That's exactly what I need. Well, yes and no. Because one of the funny things about this way of working with Kubernetes is that in the master nodes, we are storing the ATCD. So we are putting here the secrets encrypted. But do you know what? Do you know where are the private keys to decrypt this information? In the same master node. This means that any attacker might just attack master node, get ATCD logs, get ATCD access. Since he has access to the master node, he can get the private keys, and then we've got the two pieces, information and the keys to decrypt the information. So does it work? Yes. It's better than an unsafe ATCD. Yes, it's better, but it's not bulletproof. If an attacker gets access to master node, can get private keys, can get ATCD and decrypt information. Knowing this, then Kubernetes decided to create one thing that is named Key Management System plugin. So it's a way to make this encryption process happens outside of Kubernetes cluster. So basically, it works in this way. We've got the secret, then the secret goes to the KMS plugin, and the KMS plugin delegate to a key management system or a secret store the encryption of the secret. So this, in this case, is HashiCorp Vault. Okay, you could use any other, but in this example, I put it HashiCorp Vault. In fact, in the demo, we're going to see HashiCorp Vault as well, where we are just sending the secret here. This part that is outside of Kubernetes cluster is encrypting data. It gets back the encrypted data and store it to etcd. Then, when you want to inject the secret, it happens the reverse order. The etcd secret goes to the KMS plugin. KMS plugin goes to Vault. Vault decrypts the secret, and then we've got the secret to be injected inside the pod. Now, it's harder for an attacker to get the secrets because he can get access to the master node, That's fine. He will get a bunch of encrypted resources, but he will not have the keys because the keys is in another system. If Vault is compromised but not the master node, okay, you've got the private keys. You will notice that someone has stolen your private keys, but the etcd data is still safe. So in these cases, an attacker needs to compromise two systems, which is pretty much better, right? So let me show you this in a demo. I have here Minikube. This one, okay. So basically, I'm using Minikube because it's easier to share with you how it works. Okay, basically here is a Minikube cluster with Vault installed in the virtual machine. So it's Kubernetes cluster, and outside the Kubernetes cluster, I've got a Vault installed, and I've configured all the encryption object to relay on Vault to encrypt and decrypt objects. Okay, so you'll see that when I create a secret, it's exactly the same. I do keep curl apply of a secret, but the difference that you'll see is that, as you can see here, my content is encrypted in etcd, so it's not in plain text anymore. Let's wait for just maybe 30 seconds or so. Sometimes it takes a bit of time because, yeah, no. Okay, now what I want to do is create a new secret. I'm going to do kubectl create secret, and I'm just create this secret. Again, okay, it says that already exists because I can do. Well, I can do a delete or not. I mean, it says that because I've just tested before the session. So now everything is working. I've just here. Well, in fact, I can do kubectl get secret, and you see here the DB secret, which is here. But one of the important things is that content of this secret is encrypted. See this? I'm going to do kubectl port forward. I'm going to do a kube forward to the etcd database. Basically, I'm just going to simulate I'm an attacker, and I'm just getting access to etcd. Now, I'm going to do etcd Cobol, which is a tool for getting or for interacting with etcd, and I do a get of /registry /secrets /default /db secret. This is where etcd stores the DB secret. If I do this, you see, I get it a bunch of bytes. If I do this in a plain Minikube or in a plain Kubernetes without setting anything special, here you will get the content of the secret. You will get the secret itself. Yes, of course, in base 64, but remember that base 64 is just an encoding and not an encryption. So thanks here of encryption configuration object and Vault, I'm able to encrypt my secret inside etcd, which is pretty nice, okay? Because now I can be sure that everything will work as expected. Now, let me stop this, this cluster. And I'm going to start another cluster, and then I just go again with the slides because, okay, you might have some other questions regarding this because, okay, now we're storing secrets inside Kubernetes in a safe way, encrypted. We've got a third system, which is Vault, that encrypts the secrets. Fine. We've got sealed secrets to store data inside Git repository, and they are stored correctly because they are encrypted. So I even said with secrets at rest in Git, done, because sealed secrets is encrypted. Secrets in Kubernetes at rest, done, because we are using this KMS plugin, which encrypts data and store it correctly inside etcd. But you might say, oh, great. But at the end, I am injecting this secret inside a pod, inside my application. And maybe it's injected as an environment variable, or it's injected as a volume, as a file. So any attacker that gets access to my pod, anyone who has access to the pod can just print the environment variables or find the mounted volumes and get the secret. So if this works for you, that's fine. If you feel comfortable with this level of security, that's fine. But there are even more things that you can do to make your application even more secure or more hard to get a break. It's basically using vaults. Basically, we've got a node, in this case, a Kubernetes node, which I have my pod, and then in another node, I've got a key management system or a secret management system, like, for example, HashiCorp Vault, where you store all your secrets. Then what you do from your pod is using HTTPS to get the secret and inject this secret directly into memory. So you are not setting the secret as an environment variable. You are not setting the secret as a file. You are just requesting the secret and storing as a variable inside your program, inside your application, which means that the secret just goes from one part to the memory of your pod. So any attacker can just access to the pod, but he will see no environment variables with the secrets, no files with secrets, because the secrets are just inside memory. Then, how you can work with this? Okay, one way is just using the Vault API. Another way is using one project that's named External Secrets. This project named External Secrets, basically, it's like a front end that reads secrets from Vault or any other secret store and creates Kubernetes secrets. That's another way of doing it. Okay, so you store you just store all the secrets in one place, and then with this external secrets tool, you are just creating Kubernetes secrets mirrored from this store or secrets store system. That's not the best way to work, because you're creating secrets again, so you will need to inject the secrets inside a pod. But if you feel uncomfortable of making your application dependent to the secret store, you can just use this project. But for me, or in my opinion, the best one here is HashiCorp Vault. HashiCorp Vault is a secret engine that you can, store your secrets there, like key values, like two-process authentications, PKIs, and so on. It has dynamic secrets, which you'll see in action in a few moments. Basically, dynamic secrets helps you to create secrets dynamically and automatically without any human hand. In this case, it's the perfect, because it means that nobody will ever know the secret, just Vault. So when you start a database, for example, a PostgreSQL database, you just start PostgreSQL database, you get access Vault to PostgreSQL database, and Vault will update regularly the login and password to access to this PostgreSQL. Then your applications don't need to know anything about the login and the password of the database, because it's going to be Vault or going to inject this login and password to the application. Of course, you might say, okay, Alex, that's pretty nice, but we still need a secret. How you access HashiCorp Vault, right? Because you said, okay, I've got the secrets, I've got dynamic secrets inside HashiCorp Vault, so my application doesn't know about anything about the PostgreSQL credentials, because they are injected automatically by Vault, which is super cool. But how can I access Vault? I need also to protect. So I still need a login and password to access HashiCorp Vault. That's true, but Vault has one authentication method that is named Kubernetes based. Basically, you define which pods can access to HashiCorp Vault. And then at that point, when HashiCorp Vault detects a request from a pod that has been allowed to access, it just let go in. So basically, it works in this way. It's a bit complicated, and I'm just not going to stand on this, but you've got your application running in your pod, and basically, this application just goes to Vault and say, hey, Vault, I want to access you, and then the Vault server validates or verifies with the Kubernetes API if this pod is a valid pod. And if it's a valid pod, then, okay, it retrieves the policies and returns a Vault token to access the secret, and then the application finally can just request secrets and return secrets. It's a bit more complicated than this, but overall, if you're curious of how this works, is in this way. But let me show you an example or another example. In this case, it's an application that returns welcome messages. I've got one application that returns welcome messages, as I said, and it goes to the PostgreSQL database to get the names of the people who you can do a welcome message. Okay, so I've got a PostgreSQL database. I've got my application that gets welcome messages from this database. But what's really interesting here is that, and I've got here, and well, I can show you later, maybe not here, but it doesn't matter. I can show you, if there are questions about this, I can show you. Basically, in this case, this application has no logins and passwords. So my application has no clue about the credentials of the PostgreSQL, because it's going to be Vault that is going to inject that credentials when the applications start. So let me, first of all, deploy Vault. Well, let me change QNS, Vault, Vault dynamic. Okay, and now I'm then going to do kubectl apply -f of Vault, and this is just a YAML file that deploys Vault in my Kubernetes cluster. You can use Helm and so on, but okay, and just doing Vault. You see Vault is now almost up and running. Okay, now Vault is running. Now I'm just going to create one Vault secret. Basically, these secrets are used to have the secrets that I want to inject inside Vault, because at the end you need to create data inside Vault. And one way of doing this, for inserting this data inside Vault, this secret inside Vault, is using Vault secrets. There are other ways, but I'm just going to the easiest one. Now I'm going to deploy the PostgreSQL database as well. Oops. PostgreSQL. Now I'm just creating here the PostgreSQL. This PostgreSQL database, now it has no credentials, so my application cannot access to this application. Now, when the now PostgreSQL is running, the other thing that I'm going to do is configure Vault. I'm going to do kubectl apply -f Vault job. Now I've got Vault with secrets. So I've got my Vault instance with some secrets. In this case, I have no secret. I just configured Vault to say, Vault, connect to this PostgreSQL database and set a login and password. See that? I have no clue which is the login and the password. It's something that is just happening dynamically, automatically, so I don't know the secret. If I don't know the secret, it means that I cannot share the secret with anyone. Then let's apply now. Let's apply the application. First of all, I'm going to do the name application. And now that I've got the name application up and running, I'm going to apply the final, that's the front end, and just run it. Now I've got my application up and running perfectly with no secrets regarding the database. Finally, I can do kubectl port forward. I think that is this one. And if I do a curl of localhost welcome message, you're going to start seeing some messages here like hola, bonjour, hola Edson, hola Kamesh, hola Alexandra, and so on. Okay, it's a random messages that are taken from this database, from PostgreSQL database. But remember, and that's the key point, that my application has no, so he knows the login and password of the PostgreSQL because Vault has injected at the starting time, but not because I've said it anywhere. Just the last things is that I'm the author of these two books. The one is GitOps Cookbook, where we are exploring some of these things, of these topics, not all of them, but you'll see things like Argo CD, secrets management, seal secrets, and so on. And you can download it for free. You can go to developers.redhat.com/ebooks/GitOps Cookbook, or you can just search in Google GitOps Cookbook, developers.redhat.com, and then you register, and you can download it for free. All of the recipes are downloaded for free. Then we've got also the Kubernetes secret management, which is another book that I wrote with Andrew Block, and we are covering more of the secrets management. Some of the things that I've showed you here, but a lot of more, like for example, how to use Azure secret storage, Amazon secret storage, and so on. Okay, GCP. So it's more things, but sadly, there is no agreement with Red Hat, so you cannot download it for free. You need to buy it. But that's all.
Hello again, you two.
Hello.
Alex,
Hey.
Thanks for the awesome talk.
Yeah, truly amazing. Great energy, Alex. I can tell that you're a professor. You've been doing this for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if there's any high schoolers that are, excited to start a developer journey here in the community, you just convince them to move to Barcelona and enroll at La Salle. No, really, thank you for the live demos as well. Super nice. And I love the music analogy. I didn't miss your reference to running up the hill either. You really hit that well in there. Let me start with a quick question, because from the Codacy side, I'm not sure if you're familiar with our platform, but it's basically a static analysis solution that automates pull request and commit analysis. And what I see when I talk to especially the more modern teams, I see a trend where companies are trying to make developers also more responsible for the security of the code base. We hear a lot the buzzword of DevSecOps nowadays. Is it something you see as well? Are there any sort of suggestions that you have to organizations that want to shift left, as they say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say that, and I mean, at the end, it's my personal experience that in Red Hat, we've got some kind of, or a lot of traditional enterprises, let's say it in this way. It means that they are still, I mean, that they are using, for example, Argo CD, they are using Kubernetes, they are using Istio, they're using really nice technology or advanced technology, but let's say that the teams are still, not the silo as we understood in the past, but they're still, the security team. And it's like, okay, you developers develop, and the security team will take over after, and they will review and so on. So let's say that they're still, let's say they don't trust. I don't know if trust is the word, but it's like, okay, yeah, you develop, and I've got another expert of security. That's my experience. But again, I'm just talking from the side that most of our customers are more traditional. Maybe you are more, in a new, let's say, Netflix, Amazon, this new modern enterprises, then probably they have what you said, that the developers are also involved or needs to be aware of the security concerns. Because at the very end, this last example, as a developers, you need to know that there will be no login and password for accessing the database. You need to access using Vault API, right? So at the end, you need to know this kind of things or these kind of decisions.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, it's probably more difficult, the bigger and the more legacy the organization is. Makes sense. Awesome. Benedict, how's the community questions looking?
Yeah, we got some questions from the community side as well. So if you're ready, Alex, I would start with the first one. Have you heard of any way to integrate ESO with sealed secrets?
ESO? No, I have no idea. For now, no. Okay. Sorry.
Short answer, no. But we got another question. What is the preference for secrets management in large organization? Centralized secret management, so a single store for the whole thing, or distributed, so each team manages their own secrets?
Yeah, I would say that this depends on how mature is your organization. So if you've got a mature organization with the knowledge that is spread across the teams, then you can just do distributed because it has some advantages that every team knows exactly how to protect. But like we were talking with Mark, depending on how mature is your organization, how let's say modern is your organization, you might prefer a central place where it's like, okay, we've got a security team that takes care of all these store or central store, and then they just provides you a document and said, okay, you want to get a secret, do these steps and you will get the secret. And that's all. That's all the things that you need to know, right? I know that most of the times it depends. Depends is the answer. But yeah, it depends at the end how mature is your organization that you will make one thing or another.
It depends on the situation. That's an answer I heard a lot of times today.
But
it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like can you use an if or a for? Yeah, then maybe it's easier. But if they say, can I use a for or a while? It's like, or a do while. It's like, okay, yeah.
No, Alex, thank you so much for the answer. We got another question. How would you manage developers programming locally and having environments with access to APIs and every developer PC on every developer PC?
Well, yeah, that's. I would say that now with container technologies, I would say that it's more or less easy to manage. Okay, because you can just start containers with the APIs that you require. I guess that's the question, right? So you can bootstrap some kind of service virtualization systems that mocks APIs. So I will just rely on things like that, like service virtualization, like for example, Hoverfly or WireMock. Technologies like this helps you to access APIs without having to have installed on your local machine. I will rely on this. In the case of secrets, at the end, what I suggest is having some kind of profiles where I've got the dev profile, which just gets nothing, just set the login and password, admin, and then I've got another profile, which is the production one, which puts up everything. I will just go to this situation in the case of secrets, because at the end, as developers, we want to just be fast on, I code something and I want to try it, if it works or not, right? So just try to avoid all these secrets management and configurations and things like that.
Right. Thank you for this answer as well. We got another question. How can we use Vault to store and retrieve secrets from a .env file in Kubernetes?
What .env? Yeah, but then because at the end that .env file it's just environment variables. Yeah, what you can do with Vault is use a process or a system like the external secrets project that I show you, that you can just consume the secrets and store it as a Kubernetes secret. And then what you can do is mount these secrets inside the pod, and if you got the .env, then you can read from there. But you need like let's say you need an agent that just translates the secrets from one place to the Kubernetes objects, right? In the case of, I've showed you, it's just a REST API that just communicates with Vault. If you want to do this middle step, then you need this middle software that reads and transforms the Vault secret into Kubernetes object. Yeah, it's possible to do it, like with the project that I shared with you before.
Right. Thank you. Time for one more question. Maybe Mark, do you have something on your mind?
Yeah, maybe in just a few words, Alex. I'm curious about the developer experience role. Maybe not everybody knows about it yet. I'm sure more companies will start to adopt this function, but how would you describe it? And maybe who do you think is the right profile to be part of the developer experience team as opposed to being a developer? Maybe this could be interesting for some of the viewers.
Yeah, I would say that the best role is, because at the end it's also like a dev role. So if you're a developer that you're just targeting to dev role, then developer experience is also a good, it's like the path that you should follow, or I think that you should follow. And basically, it's like user experience, but for developers. It's the same concept. So user experience, you're just checking that the user interface is nice, that everyone feel comfortable. It's easy to understand where is the buttons. Then with developer experience, it's the same, but for developers. So for example, in the case of I don't know, for example, Istio, right? But it's just a matter of installing Istio and just say, oh, look, we for example, I use friction logs, right? And I said, oh, look, I'm just going to deploy an example on Istio. I'm just going to do this. You run all the steps, and then you ask questions like, could we collapse these two steps into one, or maybe not, or we could just, these three steps needs to be done in this way, or maybe it would be better to the third one do it first because it's more natural. Things like that, right? It's just making that when a developer needs to use a tool, it feels comfortable with it.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex. Thanks for the answer.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you so much for the awesome talk. And since you're already a regular at WeAreDevelopers Live, I think it's safe to say, see you soon.
See you soon, and thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah,
Bye,
thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
All right, and before we start with the next session, I would say just a few seconds break.
Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.
And right back to DevOps. Next speaker is DevOps engineer at Red Carbon SA. He started coding at the tender age of 12 and is a co-organizer of Schrodinger's Hat, which is an open source community. Welcome, David.
Hello, Benedict. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
Yes, thank you so much for joining. Would you mind telling the audience and me a bit about what we are going to learn from you today?
Yes, of course. Today we are talking about GitOps and how to GitOps your cluster, Kubernetes cluster with Flux. Is something similar to the thing that Alex bring you before, but it's a little bit different. Alex doing an amazing job by explaining everything, so I try to be at his side by explaining all the things.
Right, David, sounds very interesting. You got my full attention, and without further ado, I would say stage is all yours.
Thank you. So, hello everybody. Thank you to be here to listen to me to this talk. Today I will talk about how to GitOps your cluster with Flux. Before starting, I want to introduce a little bit of myself. As said by Benedict, I'm a DevOps engineer at Red Carbon, but I'm working as a software engineer too, as I'm doing backend working stuff by developing something about microservices. You can find my socials. There are my site, davideimola.com, my Twitter handle, davideimola, but you can find me on different socials networks such as LinkedIn, Twitter, GitHub, with always the name Davide Imola. As said by Benedict, I'm a community manager from Schrödinger Hut. It's a community built in Italy, as I am from Italy. I come from Verona. And Schrödinger Hut is a community, an open source community. We are a community partner with WeAreDevelopers, and we are organizing open source projects and different things like events, and I talk about that in a few slides. So Alex already talked about what is GitOps, but I'd like to talk a little bit of what is GitOps. Maybe someone does not understand so well, so I want to introduce it a little bit of it. So GitOps is a way of managing your infrastructure and application so that the whole system is described declaratively and version controlled. What this thing says, what we like as a DevOps team, we'd like to describe our system, our infrastructure, by saying, for example, I want a VPS, or in a Kubernetes word, I want this deployment, I want this service, and I want all these pieces to construct my infrastructure, or for example our application, because the application needs environment variables, secrets, it needs services or stateful sets, for example if it needs a state, and so on. Of course, the good thing about GitOps is that we are describing the system declaratively, and we put all the thing in a version control system. There are plenty of version control system. Of course, GitOps is more centric to Git. So you have a Git repository where you put your source code. That could be YAML files or some coding stuff, because GitOps is working with the infrastructure as code tool too. So you put all the thing in your repository in the main branch, and there is an automated process that do the deployment instead of doing manually. It's an awesome thing, because of course when you describe something, you put all the thing in this main branch, and automatically the state of our infrastructure is maintained through the process, and Git is the only and singular source of truth that we have to handle. Everything is in Git. All the developers can Git pull the repository, make the changes, pull requests, all the changes, and when they are on the main branch, all the things is deployed automatically. When I listened to the thing the first time, this is my reaction. It's wow, mind blowing. It's fantastic. I have something that deploys the thing automatically. But let's talk a little bit about the benefits about GitOps. Of course, one benefit is to managing the infrastructure and the app lifecycle within a single tool. That is our Git repository. We are doing something always on Git. So we do not have too many tools. Of course, we have the tools that allows us to monitor our Git repository and deploys the thing. But we do not have any other tools to add to our knife sharp of tools about DevOps. It's only two tools, Git that we already know, and the tool that is making the deployments. Of course, another benefits about the GitOps world is that you have faster deployments. So it allows you to be more easily online with your things. Because when you do something, when you create, for example, a deployment, you're making this deployment, you put the deployment into the repository, and when you push when you do this git push on the main branch, the thing is already deployed. Of course, it takes a little bit of time to reconcile the thing, create the deployment, but it doesn't take so much time, and we are ready to rock, as I can say. Is of course a very good way to deploy the things faster. And of course, one last thing is that these tools helps the DevOps adoption of an organization. DevOps is always about be ready to have your tools ready for the market sooner. So if you make faster deployments, if you give the capability to people, to folks to write the code and have the things deployed somewhere in a matter of few minutes, is of course an help in the DevOps adoption of a team. But I think someone can be a little confused because we are talking about DevOps and now we have GitOps. What are the difference between DevOps and GitOps? Because the name are pretty similar. It's something about Git, it's something about Dev. So I want to talk a little bit about what is the difference between the key differences between DevOps and GitOps. The main difference is GitOps relies on automation and tool to manage and deploy code changes. As we said earlier, with GitOps we are describing our infrastructure and we are deploying the infrastructure somewhere. It can be on a Kubernetes cluster or in a cloud provider, but we are deploying these code changes. GitOps is only the automation and tools. There is nothing more. When we talk about GitOps, is only, okay, we talk about the automation, we talk about the tools. DevOps, instead, focuses more in collaboration and communication between teams. And of course, in giving the capability to the teams to be more efficient by providing tools, for example, GitOps, to be more proactive, to be more likely to bring something earlier to the team and so on. So it's a huge difference between those two terms. One only for the tools. DevOps is the collaboration aspect, and of course GitOps is part of a DevOps engineer life because it's a tool that we can use to make something a little bit faster. So as the talk is about GitOps, yeah, it's cool. What about in Kubernetes? As Kubernetes is the giant man in the room right now. Everybody talks about Kubernetes. Everyone uses it, and of course, is in the interest of everyone in this moment of time. So, which is the solution? One of the solution to make the GitOps world, to bring the GitOps world into your cluster, Kubernetes cluster. Today I'll talk about Flux, so say hello to him. There are plenty of tools that maybe we can discuss a little bit later, but this is Flux. Flux, of course, say hello, hello there. I don't know if in the chat there is some Star Wars fans right there, so I hope so. Flux is a CNCF graduated project that allow you to easily GitOps your Kubernetes cluster. It's been recently graduated project because I don't know if someone knows about a little bit the CNCF world and how they operate that things on the ladder of the projects. Just to let you know, the CNCF graduated projects are the most important ones. For example, one CNCF graduated project is Kubernetes. So is in the top tier of the projects that CNCF works on it. It's a tool made by a wonderful company called Weaveworks, and they made tons of work in Flux. Now is in its second version, and they made a huge changing from the first version, and it's more easier and it's fun to use it. So okay, it's hacking time. So in this time, I want to let you see how easily can be GitOps your Kubernetes cluster. So here we go. There is our terminal. Let me check a little bit if I am in the right cluster. I don't want to destroy the production. It's not something I would like to do right now. And of course, the first thing is that we have to export our GitHub token. I'm doing this demo by creating the repository on GitHub, and so I have created a secret GitHub personal access token. You have to use it only for the repository creation. After that, Flux, it will create automatically another key just to implement the communication within the Git repository and our Kubernetes cluster. So I export the GitHub token. Of course, you can find this thing, all this thing in the documentation of Flux. That describes very good all the things. They made you all the differences between how to do it on Bitbucket, GitLab, GitHub, GitHub organizations, and so on. So I redirect you to the Flux documentation. First of all, I want to bootstrap all the thing. I've prepared already my my command. We see a little bit. There is a Flux bootstrap. That is the command that we want to run. That is bootstrapping a Git repository. I'm creating my GitHub repository under myself, as I am the owner of the repository. I want to create my repository, the name the DI cluster fleet. This is a path where the cluster is created. Later on, we will see what is created. And component extra are a few components that we want to insert into our cluster, in our Flux cluster, because you can express different components to install. The automation controller, a reflector controller, I will talk a little bit, but not so much later. But let you know is only to handle the image update, but I talk a little bit later. Of course, I have to specify the branch where I want to put the thing. This is the minus personal that says that I want to create a personal repository on my GitHub account, not in our organizational account. And of course, we want to create a read and write key to operate all the cluster. So as I don't want to copy paste, I copy paste the command, okay, and I launch it. So it's connecting to GitHub, as you can see. It creates the repository, is cloning the main branch of the iCluster fleet, is generating the manifests and so on. And of course, is applying sync manifest, is applying different things, is waiting for customization to reconcile. And now we have all components are healthy. So Flux is installed in our Kubernetes cluster. So go a little bit there, and I want to clone sorry, my cluster and open it with Visual Studio Code. I try to zoom in a little bit just to be more okay. I think it's enough. So what Flux has created in our repository? It creates a folder, Carbonello, as we said that we want to create in the command a path that is clusters Carbonello. It creates this path that contains a Flux system folder. Flux always creates a namespace that is called Flux system. And as you can see, it creates, there is a customization file. For who does not know something about customization, is a very good tool to handle all the things inside Kubernetes. It's like Helm, but way easier. And in Flux, they use a lot of the customization thing, but spoiler, it can be possible to use Helm too. Other things, it creates two resources, a Git repository that is a customer source definition made by this file. This file creates the namespace and all the customer's resource definitions. Of course, it creates a Git repository. In the Git repository says that, okay, you have to apply all the things that you have found on the namespace Flux system and checking this Git repository with an interval of 1 minute, apply all the things you have found on the main branch. And of course, there is the customization that says, okay, this is the Git repository because we use a secret, a source for handle the secret to push the things to have the reconcile things. So here it is. This is our entry point of the life of Flux. As you can see, we can look a little bit with K9S that in our repository we have a namespace that is Flux system, and we have different things installed. Everything is installed in within Flux. As I want you to know, okay, this is only test, but I want to let you know that we do not have anything right now in the deployment section. We do not have any deployment. So first of all, I want to create a deployment. I've prepared already the resources. I don't want to lose time creating it. So we can go in Visual Studio Code. We can create here in Carbonello a file that is called apps.yaml. This file apps.yaml contains that thing. That thing says that we want to use want to create a customization that is called apps and create this customization in the Flux system. And we want to use a Git repository, and we want to use the Git repository. We are sourcing the Git repository as the Git repository is already present in our cluster. Git repo. No, sorry. Can we go there? Git repo. Here it is. This is our Git repository. We're saying, okay, go to this Git repository that is already configured with this SSH and so on. And we want to see the apps folder. But of course, if I push that thing, Flux says, but there is no apps folder. So let's create it. It's simply an apps folder. And I'm going to copy the thing, the deployment, and we can create this deployment. New file, podinfo.yaml. Podinfo is a simple application written by Stefan Prodna. Is one of the maintainer of Flux, and is the best way to understand how it's working. So we are creating a deployment, and we are using we are exposing the port 9898, and we are creating a service that's called Podinfo. All the things we are creating in this namespace default, and we are creating the servers that expose the port 9898. So apart from that, we are ready to let Flux work. So git add plus, git commit, and add deployment apps. Okay, we have committed things and git push. Okay, so we have pushed all the thing. We can watch the customization by doing this command. We can see what the things are doing. They didn't notice yet the thing that I've created, the apps. Okay, but I think why it's not finding the apps? The demo time. I've already tried that thing. I don't know why. I can try to do that thing for example. I don't know why it's not finding it, but we can do that thing. It's better. You can move this file here, there, and add it there, apps.yaml, and it could be work now. Git add, we maintain the commit. Okay, we push the thing. Okay, it's missing this thing. Okay, now as you can see, we have the customization apps. We have applied the revision of the repository, and now if we do something like that with the K9s, and we go to the default namespace, and we go to the deployment, we can see that we have our Podinfo deployment. of course, the service too. The service is right there. We can do something like that. I exposed the port, and of course we can do something like that. 8989. Oh, I think I'm missing the slash, trading slash. Perhaps I didn't forward it. No, 9898. Okay, wrong port. Here it is. Here it is, the pod info service that is working. We can ping it, but it's a simple application only to see that everything is working. If you're interested, we can see that now in my GitHub project, I have this DI cluster fleet with all the things that we have pushed. Coming back, a little bit of trouble today. It's demo time, so always something is not working of the first side. So I think everybody can say that, wow, it's incredible. It's something huge. It's easier to implement GitOps with Flux. As you can see, we have implemented GitOps just in a few minutes, and we are ready to go. And it's so easier to do. But of course, Flux is not only that. It has many other things. In fact, what other things can I do with Flux? Other things we can do with Flux, for example, is the image update automation, as we talk about that a little bit earlier in the session. It is possible to configure Flux to automatically update the application image by watching the image pushed on a specific registry. What it says, we have Flux. Flux is capable of watching an image container image registry, watching the tags, seeking for the tags, changing automatically the version of the image in our repository, and make the deployment automatically. It's something pretty cool. Just to be clear, is something like that. We have the tool Flux that is scanning the container registry and fetches the image tags. Later on, it selects the tag, the latest tag, by something we have defined by a policy. We can use different policies. We can use samvar, cover, regex, based on timestamp, and so on. We can replace the tag. This tool replaces the tag in the Kubernetes manifest in the YAML format. It checks out the branch. It commits it makes the changes by making the image to be not more, for example, version 1.0.0, but is okay. Now it is version 1.0.1. So it commits and push the changes on the remote Git repository and apply the changes in the cluster and roll out the container image updates. It's all that thing is automatically done by Flux. So all the thing that we have to do in our continuous integration, continuous delivery world is but only deploying the image to our container registry and let Flux work as it updates automatically the thing as we have already defined a policy of updating. It's mind-blowing, I think. It's fantastic. We don't have to access the Kubernetes cluster from our pipeline. We do not have to do any other things. It's all automatically. It's easy to use, and our application is always updated. Is the best way to accelerate your pipelines and accelerate your DevOps adoption, because you are creating something that is working without doing so much things. Other things that we can do with Flux, it's possible to simply manage applications made both with Customize, as we've seen already, and Elm. And it's directly all out of the box. Elm is already present when we are bootstrapping Flux. For example, we can create an Elm repository file, and we can say that we want to use an Elm chart, and Flux is applying the repository, is downloading the repository, and directly is applying the chart immediately. It's fantastic. It's one of the best things that you can use for handling Elm charts. But Customize is also fine. As you can see, it's easy to adopt using Customize. We have used Customize as we say, okay, deploy the applications, and you can list all the customizations, and we have deployed the application with a customization. Another tool that is very good is Flagger. I haven't used yet, but with Flagger, it is possible to automate the release process for applications. It implements the several deployment strategies, such as canary releases, A/B testing, blue-green deployment, and so on. So they've made this tool to adopt your deployment your favorite deployment strategy. Of course, Flux integrates with a notification system out of the box, and it lets you notify the team on the status of the reconciliation. The reconciliation is the moment when we are committing the thing over GitHub, and we have this reconciliation between the status of GitHub and the status of our Kubernetes cluster. Flux notify all the things about this status. Of course, it notifies the errors too, because it can happen that something is not good, is not well written, there is something that is not right. It notifies that, and you can really rock the thing and fix all the things in a very, very fast way. Okay, this is all for today about Flux. Before giving back the word to Benedict, I want also to say I hope to see you all at Open Source Day 2023. As I already say, I am a community manager at Schrödinger, and we are organizing this wonderful event that is in Florence, but both is online, is all free, or everybody can attend the conference, and it's in the 24th March 2023. We have already set the lineup, and there are plenty of good speakers that will join us in that day. For example, Lirantal, Matteo Collina, and so on. So good, very high quality speakers, and I hope to see you there. Of course, to talk a little bit of Flux too, as I'm there by staffing all the things. And of course, I leave you with all my contacts. Of course, as I said, Twitter is Davide Imola, but you can find me on LinkedIn and so on. Feel free to contact me for whatever you need. And thanks for listening to me for today's speech.
Hello again, you two.
Hello.
David, thanks for the awesome talk. So, Mark, I hope you like it as well.
It was great. Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Open Source Day coming up on 24th of March. Don't miss it. David, really impressive. I see you started coding at the age of 12. So you've been in the area for quite a while. And I can also see that you pretty much switched early on in your career from engineering into DevOps, right?
Yeah, exactly. I start coding a little bit as when I made my communion as Christian. I asked for my parents to buy me a computer because I love using the computer. I always will use the computer of my father to do things, searching for internet and so on. So I asked for the computer, and I start digging a little bit in searching knowledge about IT. I start digging on HTML. I digging on CSS a little bit. I'm not an expert of CSS, but I start digging a little bit, and I understand that it's the right path for me, so I continuously go in that path. I start studying it at the college, and after that I made my degree at the University of Verona. And I approached the DevOps engineer path pretty soon as when I went out from my university path. I came in my first job, and one of the guys that was working with the CI/CD pipelines said, "Okay, I am leaving, so you have to keep on going with the CI/CD stuff." Okay, what is it? I don't know nothing about that. I only know all the things about software engineering, a little bit of Java, because I went out from the universities. So they didn't talk about anything about DevOps. And in the company, we do not have any expert in DevOps area. So I have to make it all to myself by studying what is the CI/CD pipelines, studying how to implement them. I've made a lot of mistakes, but as I can say, it's an expertise that you have to learn to be better one day. I hope.
Yeah, wow. You get really thrown in the cold water there, and just, I guess, learning by doing. And it sounds like there should be more DevOps classes in engineering degrees nowadays.
Yeah, because it's a matter of fact that DevOps is important. I talk with a little bit as I do some free mentoring stuff, and I talk with guys from university and so on. They always talk that nowadays they are doing a little bit of DevOps, intends about talking about containerization and a little bit of Kubernetes. And I think it is awesome because when I went out from the university, I didn't do anything about that. I didn't know what is Docker. I didn't know what is containerization. I only know about virtualization a little bit because they talk about virtualization, how to handle Linux and so on. But container is a strange word to me. Now it's more familiar, but it's fine that the university approaches the new technologies that are emerging right now because they are important, and for the work's life too, because every companies now wants to work and be cool with containerization, Kubernetes, and so on.
Absolutely. Thank you, David.
No problem.
Yes. Thanks also from my side. Maybe first, you got a lot of love in our comments with comments like awesome talk or even best talk ever.
Perhaps the one from Schrödinger.
I think there are some in the chat, but nevertheless. So, but we also got some questions from the community as well. Maybe the first one. Can Can you handle more clusters within a repository?
Yes, of course, you can handle more cluster within a repository. I've shown how to handle one cluster for time because the time is limited and I don't have so much time to digging more in the Flux world. But of course, you can create, you can handle more cluster within a single repository. One thing that I already mentioned before is that I really love the documentation written by the WeAveWorks team about Flux because they explain everything. They give you the best practices by giving you examples to follow. For example, they bring you to the attention, okay, you can have multiple repository for multiple cluster, or have a single repository, or using different branches for different clusters. There are different options and they are suggesting you which one is better for your situation, for your what you want to do.
So it depends.
Yes, it depends day today.
Everything is situational. Perfect. So that brings me to my next question. Is the image update also available for Docker files in Flux?
For the Docker file, I don't know. I've always used for the that is watching the container registry, and I think it's the better solution because you're writing your Docker file and you're pushing the things, and of course you're watching the changes on the container registry. As I can say, you can I'm sure you can watch the repositories too. You have to implement more Git repositories and watch for changes in that Git repositories. For example, in changes on the Helm charts or in the customized declarations. And of course, if you make a change on the Helm chart or something like that, maybe you can build your image through the Helm chart for your customized thing. But I would prefer use the watching my container registry.
All right. Thank you for this answer as well. Next question. What's the difference between Flux and Argo CD?
Okay, there are two tools. There are the two main tools for GitOps nowadays. They are both two tools that are graduated project for CNCF, so they are in the maximum status right now. So it depends. I haven't used a lot of Argo CD on my career. I have preferred use the Flux. They have a little bit of differences. One of the major difference is that Argo CD is pointing about their UI system, as Alex shown before, that it has this cool web UI where you can move all the things, where you can watch all the things. But Flux is trying to get on that field too. They have a web UI too. I have never used that because I think Flux is easy to use within the terminal or K9S. So I haven't thought to have to use a web UI, but there is this GitOps web UI, I think it's called. But there are plenty of similar tools. As Alex said, there are sealed secrets. We have the sealed secrets too in Flux. We can handle different things like Vault and so on. So perhaps is a matter of choice. You have to the choice from one to another. As I can say, many people prefer Flux for because it's easier to implement all the thing. As I learned about GitLab, GitLab has made a very interesting blog post that explaining why they have selected to go with the Flux instead of Argo CD. And I think it's a very nice blog post to read if you want digging a little bit more in why a company of the size of GitLab has to choose a tool instead of another.
All right, thank you so much for the answer. The next question is maybe kind of related because he wants to know, have you heard of Fleet of Rancher? If so, what are the differences between Fleet and Flux?
No, I haven't used it yet, so I can't say more about that. Unfortunately, for the one that's asking this question, but I will try that. If I will digging a little bit of on the documentation, maybe if the folk that made the question want to talk a little bit about that in the future, I try to seek and dive a little bit in the documentation because I've always been interested in discover new things. So it's like a challenge to know all the things. It's impossible, but.
So next talk you will have at the live days will be about Fleet. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Where have you learned your knowledge? Any resources, blogs, meetups, etc. you would recommend? Any additional resources?
Okay. If we want to talk about Flux, as I can say, the best resource that you can find nowadays is their documentation, as I can say already. They have a very clean documentation. All the steps are very, very good. You do not have to reinvent the wheel to do something better because they explain you how to do the things easier. The things that I've shown before that uses the creation of this deployment is something that you can find easily in the documentation of Flux. There are highlighted these 3 commands and they explain all the details about what you are doing, why they use Elm, just to let you know that you can use Elm because you are deploying pod info as an Elm chart, but I would prefer deploying as a customization, as a deployment file, just for be clear. But as I can say, if you want to dig a little bit of Flux, you can watch the documentation. And of course, after that, I've tried a little bit on my own. I tried to deploy a cluster and I tried to make the changes with Flux in other projects, in several projects. But one of the best thing is right now I changed my job in September. I went in this company called Red Carbon, and we are currently using Flux, so I make my hand dirty by operating the cluster, the repository of their infrastructure, and everything is based with Flux.
All right, thank you. Next question. Do you also work on open source software projects in your free time?
Yes, yes, when I have time, because in these days I'm a little bit busy by creating the conference, and I have a little bit of work in my new home, so I'm a little bit of trouble. But I've always been in love by contributing to open source software. I think it's one of the best things you can do to start knowing something something, to start learning something. For example, I'm currently contributing, to a project that is called Espanso, and is a project made in Rust. I want to learn a little bit of Rust. I talk with the maintainer that is going to the conference at the Open Source Day, and I have a talk with him to implement something easy. He gives me something to work on. Unfortunately, I don't have so much time, so it's a little bit appended. So I had to find the time to work on it. But I always been in love with open source contributing. I have contributed to different projects. The contributions I'm most proud is on Kubernetes. I have contributed on Kubernetes, so I'm most proud of that. And it was easier because the folks works with the Kubernetes are very fantastic. They help you digging a little bit in the code. They are suggesting you what to change. This is the philosophy about open source that I love, because they want to share, they want to help the people try to contribute to Kubernetes, that is a huge monster, but it's cool. I've contributed with a 3 or 4 pull requests, so it's something everybody can do, and it's very cool.
Thank you. Kind of related to the last question, do you have any tips for entry-level devs to work on open source software?
Yeah, there are plenty of tips that I can say. What I can suggest you is to find a project that is likely that you like. For example, you can go and ask. For example, always they have Slack channels, or they have Discord servers. For example, our community in Schrödinger, we use Discord server. All the folks right there can, of course, come into the server and talk about open source thing, and talk with the maintainer, ask all the things, start know how to implement something, asking for small activities just to learn a little bit. I made the same thing with Kubernetes. I talk with some Italian maintainers. For Espanso, I've contacted the main one of the main contributor of Espanso. It's something that is easier, and of course, if you come to Florence the 24th March, you can encounter a lot of contributors from Node.js, from Espanso. We have the PM of Backstage, so we want to doing something with Backstage. I think it's fun, and it can create you a career in open source development.
Right, thank you. And kudos for contributing to Kubernetes. Not everyone can say that about him or herself.
Thank you. It's easy. Everybody can do it.
Afterwards, it's always easy.
It's a little bit of mess, but you can do it. Yeah, everybody can do it.
All right. You earlier told us when you got your first PC, and next question is a bit about that, because I'm curious, what was your first PC and your favorite PC game as a child or teen?
Unfortunately, it was the very worst computer ever. It was a netbook, the one that is smaller. You can do only such a little things on that. I've played a little bit of Age of Empires, and Mark is approving right now. And in fact, I have purchased the new edition that is come up recently to play with the guys of the community. And I haven't played so much with the PC. Minecraft a little bit, but as I don't have a PC with the high spec, I always prefer to play with consoles. Sorry, PC Master Races.
Yeah. Also precious memories to Age of Empires. I always loved the sound clips when you click on units. It was those were epic. Thank you for all these answers, David. Maybe Mark, do you have some more questions on your mind?
Yeah, I do have one. And by the way, my favorite, I'm kind of, jumping between Age of Empires and Anno 1602, if you remember that one. But my question is related to the community, to Schrödinger's Heads, your community organizer there. What would you say would be the audience, to join the community, to listen to the podcast, or can you recommend any other sort of community resources or conferences that people should join?
Yep. We have a little bit of different people in the Flux, in the server, that are making different things from front-end development to back-end development, DevOps things, and designer too that want to contribute to open source. It's strange, but there are plenty of open source designers that want to help the people who are implementing the UX UI of a project because they want to contribute in something. And of course, we have a little bit of people folks that are interested in that world that want to contribute. We are always open to other people to contribute. We have a thing like a contributor badge that we give to the people that is contributing more and more to our projects by suggesting things, by committing something to pull requests, and so on. Of course, it's a matter of fact that it's evolving right now. But other resources, unfortunately, our podcast is we have to restart it, as now is a little bit of post, but I hope we can resume that. But I think there are plenty of code podcasts. One that I loved so much is from Nicola Corti, the Developers Bakery. I have been invited from Nicola Corti with Lorenzo Pieri, another member of Schrödinger, only to talk for the how we are open sourcing the event we are doing, as we are doing the event as an open source activity. And of course, in his podcast, he's interviewing a lot of developers that are they are working with open source projects. So if you're interested in know more things about open source, he had a very good podcast. He's an Italian guy, but he makes this podcast in English, and he interviews all the people that works with open source projects and talk about their open source projects.
Awesome. Thank you, David, for sharing. Lots to learn.
David, thank you so much, David, for joining us today. Really awesome talk, awesome Q&A, and yeah, really much looking forward to your next talk about Fleet, maybe on the 24th of March at the Open Source Day. We'll see each other.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
All right, and before we jump to the final speaker of the day, just a few seconds break.
Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.
All right, welcome back everyone. And last but definitely not least, we're going to welcome our last speaker for today. He is a thought leader, a community champion, has 16 years of experience in the industry, an expert on cloud native automation and data, and his learning resources on GitHub actually gained 20,000 stars by now. And he's going to talk today about the DevOps learning journey. Please welcome Senior Technologist at Kasten by Veeam, Michael K.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Hey, Michael. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, happy to be here, and we'll kind of close out with a bit of a learning journey about what I kind of like learning in public and showing those vulnerabilities around. Not everyone's a DevOps expert, and what does that even mean? There's so many different facets, like looking at your agenda today, looking at GitOps, looking at CI/CD, looking at just all sorts of open source was the last speaker, a lot of focus around that. What does that all mean? And one company's DevOps engineer is different to another. And I think the idea around what we're going to be speaking about was to really focus in on like some of the areas and put a bit of structure in place to help people learn maybe the fundamentals, the foundations of DevOps and what it means before diving into the cool new shiny things that maybe some people automatically want to jump into, right?
Amazing. Michael, this sounds super exciting. The stage is yours.
Awesome. Yeah. So thank you very much. So yeah, as the title suggests, is that I want to talk about a project that I started at the very beginning of 2022, so last year, and it actually started on the 1st of January and went through to the March the 31st. If anyone's curious, that is actually 90 days, and basically the first 3 months of the year. You'll probably see a lot of 90 days fitness challenging, health challenges, eat well, eat better, train, fitness, etc. I had the idea on New Year's Eve so I have some foundation fundamentals of what DevOps is and some of the principles and processes around that, and as well as some experience in tooling, things like infrastructure as code, and I'll get through some of those as we go through. But I don't think I had a structure. I had a lot of gaps in my education. I had a lot of gaps in understanding maybe some of the terminology that was used, like around CI/CD, and I've got a little rant, so stick around for that when we get to the CI/CD section, because they don't necessarily need to be together, or they don't need to be the same tool, and they never should be, really. It's amazing that we still call it CI/CD, or have done for years. It's a more of a historic thing. So really the concept of the session is to walk through and put a bit of structure if you're just starting out, or even if you are already a DevOps engineer, and I'll use those air quotes, you'll understand why shortly, is really about where to start. And maybe you are a DevOps engineer, but you're lacking some of these skills. And then I'll touch on some of the areas that we're focusing on for 2023, because the success that we had, it made sense to go through and do it again. But there's a curveball in there, is that, so basically 90 Days of DevOps 2022 edition was me writing and my perspective. It started out with me just really focusing on writing notes when I was watching much smarter people than me on YouTube and other courses that are free and blogs online. What we're doing in 2023, I'll get to shortly. Okay, so before we start, who am I? So I'm Michael Cade. I'm a technologist at Veeam Software. I've been at Veeam focusing around data protection, data management for the last 8 years, end of March. And 2.5 years ago, I got we made an acquisition of a company called Kasten by Veeam, and that's focusing around, or Kasten at the time, was focusing on Kubernetes backup. So data management within Kubernetes, and I hear a lot of people go, "Oh, it's a stateless work." Like it's not. There's databases, there's data services. Even just look at your observability metrics. There's data living inside your Kubernetes cluster. Is the big spoiler alert, and that led me into this DevOps, SRE, platform engineering space, as well as a lot more into the automation and open source arena. Just a couple of our open source projects are listed there as well. One is Canister, one is Kubester, and one is Navigate. All doing very various things and not actually all related to data management, but it just shows that we're involved from a company point of view in that space. I definitely come from the operations background. I've been a systems administrator looking after servers in a data center. Then I moved into the reseller world where I was consulting around virtualization and storage, very much VMware and NetApp storage for what it's worth, and then Cisco from a networking and converged infrastructure point of view. So this was a change or a shift left for myself in learning and understanding a little bit more about that DevOps process, principle, and tooling. Okay, so this QR code is going to take you to that GitHub repository. The reason why I put it on GitHub is because I wanted to learn in public. I wanted to eat my own dog food or drink my own champagne, as it were. I really wanted to show my workings. And basically what you're going to see throughout the process is, first and foremost, we talk about the big picture. What is DevOps? And we'll get into that shortly as well. But then we're going to go into each of the different areas, and it's kind of like a modular way of being able to present this. And what you're going to see is with like the first one is learning a programming language. You're going to see a big picture, why I chose it, what is a programming language, why do we have a programming or why do we have programming languages? Which again, if you come from an operations side of the fence, you're probably used to bash scripts and you're probably used to PowerShell or some sort of automation scripting, but you're not developing applications. You're not developing CLIs or ways in which you can make your life easier from that. Then it goes into a little bit about a programming language. In the 2022 edition, it talks about Golang, and I'll touch on why later on. And then it gets on hands-on. So there's a practicality to this as well. And they're in 7-day chunks. So you can pick and choose those modules. Maybe you are already a Golang programmer, so you probably don't need that, but maybe you do need some of the other topics in there. But it was around really spending the 90 days, basically writing a blog post every day that touched on some of those areas. Why did I do it? I basically had a role change and a different focus. I was put into the Kasten business unit to learn, raise awareness of what we're doing from a data protection perspective in the cloud native ecosystem. So the best way to do that is learn and get to know your new community or extended community. I had an existing knowledge. I'd used a lot of things like Terraform. I obviously knew a lot about the operations side, the networking, things like virtualization and Linux, but I didn't necessarily have all of the missing pieces that I wanted to touch on in this particular version. Learning in public, why is it important? So I've always done this. I've always had a blog post. I've always had, since 2009, I've had a Twitter account, and they're generally focused not about me shouting about football or rugby or sports, although I do that as well, but generally around learning in public, and whether that be sharing my experiences, but also gleaning experiences from others as well. So I think the first thing that anyone in this space in IT or technology should get in their head is that we'll never be done learning. Things aren't slowing down. Things aren't stopping. Things are not stopping to change. We'll never be done learning. There's always something you can go and watch on YouTube that will be different to what you already know. Also, my ask to the community is, if you feel confident and comfortable with, share your learning, like blogs, videos, any form of content. I've seen a rise of TikTok and cloud native and DevOps content on there as well. And make the content that you feel like you're missing or that you want to consume. Like if there's something not out there that you wanted to find and you found something out, document it. And even if it just, my biggest thing here is, if it only helps one person, then it's still worth doing, even if it takes you 90 days. If this practice only helped one person, it was worth doing from that perspective. Plus, it was worth it for me in that I was then documenting some of these areas, and I've often gone back, or a Google search when you find your own stuff that helps fix a problem is always a good fun as well. Okay, so level 1, getting into a bit of the repository and the why is around DevOps. So where do we start? What do we have? And I think, coming from my perspective, I knew a few logos, those big Dell EMC, VMware, Microsoft, AWS, etc. But then you come into the DevOps world and the open source world, and suddenly that landscape is massively overwhelming. You get to see all of these logos, and yeah, I definitely felt like that, but with less hair. Definitely overwhelmed when it comes to, okay, so where do I even start? So that then made me, and I loved myself, a mind map. So let's understand what is and why do we use DevOps first and foremost. Let's spend some time there. And then we're going to branch out into all of these other areas. And by all means, you're not going to be a DevOps superstar after going through all of these areas. And yes, I've missed off a lot of different areas that could and will be covered, or hopefully will be covered by the end of 2023. And then I'm sure there'll be even more. And then that just shows the overwhelming, like, where do I even start? And also, this isn't going to be for everyone. A DevOps engineer isn't necessarily going to have to touch on all of these points. They might just touch on a few. So pick and choose. That's why they're all, apart from what is and why do we use DevOps, which I think is 6 days, the rest are 7-day modules, big picture, and then it goes into like that theory and then a bit of hands-on as well. So this, for most, this is actually pinned to my Twitter and gets probably the most impressions on the social media, is probably the most sought after bit of content that I created during that 90 days, because it gives some structure as to, okay, where are we going next? Where are we going now to learn our areas? Okay, so what is and why do we use DevOps? Good place to start, right? We want to know what is and why do we use DevOps before we actually start just learning some of this stuff, which makes sense, except for that wasn't how I started back. I just found Terraform to provision some workloads within my cluster. That made life easier. So then I explored even further, and here we are now. So if we think responsibilities of a DevOps engineer, and notice I put a little asterisk in there, is that, one, is DevOps engineer the right terminology to be called from a position or a title? There's a lot of people that you could get really hung up on that, and there's a lot of debate. In my opinion, DevOps is a process, is a principle to that. Yes, it is the link between dev and ops. However, I've seen a lot more of the platform engineering, the ops side, actually using some of that DevOps capabilities and that principles and process to extend what they're doing for the developers and have more control at that point as well. So I see DevOps as the new ITIL, the new way to get things done within the business. And DevOps you don't need to be called a DevOps engineer to practice DevOps. You can absolutely be a systems administrator. I feel like that responsibility or that role has evolved over the last 5-10 years to be more automation focused, which I think lends itself nicely to that DevOps. I think another thing is that you're probably you're going to be a jack of all trades rather than a master of any in particular. You're going to have to know a lot about a lot, depending on the role and the responsibility that you have. And another mindset that I had, a change, was around everything starts with the app. And if you start looking at cloud-based workloads, cloud-native-based workloads, that ethos is already there. That you have to consider the app first as the highest piece of the puzzle, and then everything underneath that falls into place, or has to fall into place like a puzzle. Okay, so I spent the longest time on this slide, so I want to get my money's worth. But if we think about continuous everything, we want to constantly be evolving and as quick as we possibly can without introducing more risk and change to our application. From a DevOps point of view, you're probably not on that left-hand side, or you're aware of it in terms of you're going to help probably with the team using their IDEs and their requirements, but you're not going to dictate the language. You're probably not going to be finding the bugs. You're not going to be automated. You'll stand up the platform for the developers to be able to achieve this, but you're not the one creating the code. If you're in a software house and you're running as that DevOps role, then you're probably not going to be developing software, testing software, and then integrating that software and then releasing that. Where you are going to be potentially is around that CD, that continuous deployment, which we'll get on shortly, is around that deployment and the monitoring, and potentially then that user experience and the feedback back in, because that's where the platform is, that's where the hardware is, that's where the configuration is, and you're going to look to automate that. Yes, you will be building the tools in which your developers can use, and you're bridging that gap, but ultimately you're going to be more involved around how do we make that as seamless as possible, reducing that barrier to entry. Okay, so that goes really over the high level, what is and why do we use DevOps. Level 3, now we're going to touch on these 12 steps to DevOps. Now, like I said, this isn't exclusive. I chose 12 areas that I feel like are top of mind, topical within the world of DevOps or the world of SREs, platform engineering right now. I think you can all come up with easily another 12 whilst for the rest of the talk, and we have done for the 2023 that I'll touch on as well. So the first off is, well, do I need to learn a programming language? And this was an odd one to start with because, well, no, not really. I don't think you do need to have to learn a language if you're a DevOps focused person within your business. But I chose Golang, and there's a couple of reasons why. But obviously, the big verse is Python. Now, if I didn't have my excuse for learning Golang, or at least getting some visibility and foundational knowledge of Golang, then I would have absolutely gone for Python. Python gives us such a versatile way of being able to interact with lots of different areas of the infrastructure of the platform. They would probably be a no-brainer. The spoiler alert is that that's being covered in 2023. The reason why I chose Golang is by me moving into that Kasten role of field CTO, I wanted to have an awareness of what the code was versus C# or a C language back in the Veeam world. So by learning a little the fundamentals of Go meant that I could at least understand what we were trying to achieve under the hood when it comes to our Kasten K10 product, as well as some of our open source projects, again, all written in Go. And if you look at Golang over the last few years, like Docker, Kubernetes, Grafana, Prometheus, and loads of others, all stem from that language. They've all been built, and it's a very cloud native focused language. I know the last talk was talking about Rust as well, and I think that's another area maybe we get into next year. But there's some benefits to Go as well. But like I say, that made sense for my role change. And when we first started, I thought this was just going to be me taking notes. If I'd have known that this was going to be a community learning project, then maybe I would have chosen Python to that as well. So getting on to the second piece, and I think this is a fundamental. Now, if you feel like a language is not going to be a focus area for you, skip over that 7 days. Don't worry about it. I think it's good for anyone, though, to have that foundational level of understanding when it comes to a programming language. I think the key one, and that I probably should have started with, was Linux. And Linux and DevOps, they share, or they have ultimately the same cultures and perspective on that. If you look at a lot of the DevOps tooling, they all stem from starting life as a Linux distribution or a Linux application, and they're both very much focused on customization and scalability. I think as well, when you look at open source projects, especially tooling, they're designed to run on Linux from the start, and then they're ported back over to different operating systems such as Windows, such as Mac OS, if you will. Tips on Linux. So what did I do again, I already had a good foundation of Linux. I had a good hold on that. But if you want to learn something, then you have to get hands-on with it. And that's really why we start off in each of these sections as a big picture, bit of theory, then hands-on. I want to do something. There's no point in really talking about this stuff if you're not getting hands-on deploying or configuring or setting up something, if you're not learning by getting hands-on. And some people are going to be like that. Some people can watch a YouTube video and learn everything from that, and that's absolutely fine as well. My way is I have to get hands-on. And the way in which I did that is I didn't take an old laptop. I actually just took my work laptop and converted that into Ubuntu, a great first starter operating system to get hands-on with Linux. Pretty stable, although you'll probably spend more time fixing graphics drivers, etc. But that's all part of the experience. But my challenge is, well, could you take up Linux and use it for work for a week? If I was just starting out that learning journey on Linux, then that would be go and do that. I remember when I first started in IT, building computers in a little shop in Cambridge, the guy who was building with me, he'd only ever known Linux because it's free, obtainable. We were in Cambridge, like very student-centric place that would look for open source, very open source centric. And he knew nothing about Windows. And I found that I learned so much from that guy. And if you don't have access to an old laptop, or that's like above the ability because you've got a lockdown laptop or whatnot, build a VM in a cloud. There's loads of free tiers available. Raspberry Pis are also, if anyone can get hold of them, that's another good place to start that learning journey. Okay, so we have to have an understanding. If you think about any platform, it consists of some sort of compute, some sort of operating system, some sort of networking, and some sort of storage. So having a fundamental knowledge of what networking is, like a joke or just a little around net DevOps, I think we can add that DevOps term, DevSecOps, net DevSecOps, and we could make that a very long word. But think about automating that and taking away the complexity of the network via using code, infrastructure as code, or networking and automating that way. So breaking down that silo between the teams, networking teams have to change to a similar model. So think about if you're in the networking team, then think about how you could be more agile, how you can automate a lot of your daily tasks in there as well. And really in this session, again, I had a good fundamental understanding of networking. So what is the big picture? And then using resources, jotting down notes, creating some images that would touch on what is DHCP, what is DNS. I mean, it's always DNS. But the fundamental and the OSI layer, what does that mean? What does the application layer look like? What does that mean for my application? Again, focusing on that as the highest piece to the pie. And yeah, it's always DNS. So then another thing that I mentioned was around learn one cloud provider. And that doesn't mean like just pick one cloud provider and only one cloud provider. The reasoning behind this, and I asked Twitter actually which cloud platform should I cover in these 7 days, and Twitter came back quite even between Azure and AWS. Azure just pipped it, and then Google was the third option as well. But if you concentrate on learning just one of those cloud providers, then it's going to give you a better understanding when you jump into AWS or Google, or even then go into another like a DigitalOcean or a Linode. They generally have the same functionality. So if we think about understand what on-premises means that you're in control of pretty much everything. Infrastructure as a service, so VMs within the cloud, for example, you're going to remove the networking, the storage, the servers, the virtualization. Like you're going to remove that abstraction layer away, which you're going to pay for, but it means that you just have to concentrate on your application or on the operating system and down. Platform as a service removes a little bit more of that abstraction. So PaaS being database as a service, Amazon RDS, for example. Again, I don't have to worry about patching my operating system. I don't really care about that operating system. I just care about that database that I have that is presented to me. And software as a service, Microsoft 365, Salesforce, etc. That removes everything, and we're just paying a premium for having that complete control taken away from us, and we just leverage that application. Again, I could equally have all of these top of the tree. So how many, normally if this was an interactive session, I would ask you how many people are using Git, how many people are using GitHub, how many are using other Git-based services such as GitLab or Bitbucket or Gitea. And I would say that Git from a version control perspective is a huge part of everything that we do today, whether you're a developer, whether you're a DevOps focused engineer, or whether you're in operations, you're going to have to be familiar with Git and probably Git-based services such as GitHub. So again, we touch on some of those fundamentals, some of those Git commands that you might come across as a table stake from using Git, regardless of what role you're in. What is a version control? So it's the ability to track a project's history, so understand what you're putting into the pie, as it were. Manage multiple versions of a project. So you might have different branches, a branch being a different type or a different stream of code. It could be that you've got an enterprise edition, you've got a free edition, you've got an open core edition. And it's not just for source code. I'm proof of that and I'm not the only one by any stretch. There's a lot of new projects that seem to be happening, definitely since the pandemic, where like it's a great place to store learning material. There's studies, there's examples, it's endless from a resource point of view. One thing I will say, given my background in data management and data protection, version control is not a backup. Consider that. What happens if GitHub goes down? Where does your application live? Where does it get stored? What happens if it never comes back? You should probably have a copy of that somewhere else. Okay, containerization. If it fits, it ships. Containerization changed the way in which we could develop software and deploy software, which obviously ultimately brought that terminology around dev and ops together, because it meant that we could move things or ship things a lot faster. If we talk about containerization, we have to talk about Docker. Docker was obviously the ones that rekindled or rejuvenated the terminology around containers. I'm not going to get into a history lesson around containers being around since the 70s or 60s even, but what it gave was really not Docker and containers. It was around that ecosystem of images, the Docker hub, that are easy to find and easy to use, that whole marketplace of being able to just pull down someone else's container, which then gets me onto security and other areas. But it's simple to get on and get up and running. Like I don't actually, if I'm a developer, I probably don't need an operations team to help me do that. I could just go Docker run and off we go. You can read the blurb there. A lightweight standalone executable package of software that includes everything needed to run an application: code, runtime, system tools, system libraries, and settings, and all of that good stuff. Now, the key part to that is that we're now seeing bigger, more enterprise software being deployed out of a container. Microsoft SQL, for example, Oracle Cloud data, Oracle Database, all being deployed via a container image as well, which is interesting. It's becoming our new way of, instead of an ISO and an executable or a distributed binary file, is that we're now seeing container images allowing us to do that. And then along comes container orchestration. Now, I use Kubernetes as my area of focus for this, but that doesn't stop you looking at things like Docker Swarm or HashiCorp Nomad. Much more simple variants of container orchestration engines, in my opinion. But looking at what that does and how it can then take that container and orchestrate that across multiple different nodes and give you high availability and scalability for that. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm gonna put the foot down a little bit here. Kubernetes manages the deployment, the placement, and the lifecycle of containers. For those anyone in virtualization, this is exactly what vSphere and Virtual Center did for virtual machines. It just took away the burden of having to spin up individual virtualization hosts, and it orchestrated where your VMs, or in this case, where your containers would be up and running. Infrastructure as code, massively important. I use Terraform during this, but I also touch on tools like Pulumi. Basically, we make mistakes as humans. Automation is the way to go. If you're ever deploying application servers or containers or infrastructure, then try and use infrastructure as code so that you've got a version control of that, so that you can make changes, you can update that, you can make it repeatable. across several different environments, and it's not going to be if you take a use case where you have to repeat something 50 times, put it in code, because otherwise you're probably going to make a mess of it, and you're going to cause problems. We can use code or specifically here infrastructure as code to rebuild our whole entire environment. So that was the question is what would you do if you lost everything today, all your virtual machines, all your cloud-based workloads? How would you get back up and running? That was another nod to the data protection background. Then I touched on Ansible. So configuration management is the process of maintaining or managing the application state, a desired state for an application. What does it need to look like? And how should it be? If that drifts out of, then configuration management is going to knock that back into how it needs to be. CI/CD pipelines, the little rant that I wanted to touch on here is that continuous improvement and continuous deployment or continuous delivery, they don't need to be so closely knit here. CI is for application development, is where you're going to be actually creating something from scratch or creating an application and iterating on that. CD is actually, how do I deploy this out into production? How do I make this available to my users, my end users? I think they're two separate things, but I'm not going to be a one-man army to change this. This one should be around observability and monitoring, as much as I've tried to put it in the order of importance as well. So if we think about observability, keeping a close eye on the entire infrastructure, entire platform, and making sure everything's working as it should, it's generally at the bottom of the list. But it's so important to have an understanding of what our application is doing, what our environment and infrastructure is up to. So it's very important. We talk about things like ELK stack, EFK stack, and other like Fluent D is in there as well. In terms and things like Prometheus and Grafana that we've touched on as well. And then finally, this is the nod to the world that I'm in. Again, all of the software that I use for that show and tell, that practicality, is all free and open source, or at least freemium and open source software. So everyone has the ability to jump in and use that hands-on aspect of this. Data management is not a new wall to climb. Like, we've been protecting workloads. Backups are a thing. They have been for years. Is data more important than it was maybe 5 years ago? Maybe, yeah. We're using less paper, hopefully, and everything is in the form of a digital copy. So we should make sure that it's accurate. We should make sure it's consistent and secure. But we also need to make sure that we can roll back, recover those workloads if and when we need that. Okay, conscious of time. So 2023 edition, that what we've just spoke about is already there. It's already live. It's out there. And we're very much halfway through this one. So one of the areas that I knew that we'd missed was very much around security. So you'll see that I started off with the big picture around DevSecOps. And then we got, instead of me writing and putting my perspective in, is that we got some friends from the community that are subject matter experts. And they're starting to speak about things like secure coding, continuous delivery and deployment, and how security fits within their runtime defense from Ben, who's at ArmoSec, secrets management. So that'll be mostly focused around HashiCorp Vault, but then getting into the more of the areas that we didn't cover in 2022, things like Python from Rishab, AWS, OpenShift, databases, serverless, service mesh. And then from Alistair to round this one off is around, okay, so engineering for data ops. What does it look like once we've developed something and it's out the door? What do APIs look like? How do we then progress and make our tool sets even more functional? Okay, so my biggest takeaway from this, if it was useful, like, get learning, get involved. Some people just need that structure, like I mentioned before. Big shout out to the contributions. I think this has already grown well over to 80 now. Mostly people fixing my spelling and grammar mistakes, but there's also quite a big input from people that are now contributing to the project. Also, over 20,000 stars, massive. Like I see, it's a bit of a vanity metric by all accounts, but it shows hopefully that people are using this and finding it useful. I think the 509 watching, people are watching that, i.e. they're getting notifications whenever something happens. Just shy, I think we're over 5,000 forks now. It means that people are maybe taking this journey and using it themselves. I probably need to check in on some of those as well and see how people are going. With that, I'd like to open up for any questions at all. And yeah, hopefully that was useful. I can go back and put the QR code up if that's something that you'd like to see.
Hello again, you two.
Hey, Michael. Amazing presentation. I love the pixel art. I don't know where you got it from, but some of the slides reminded me of some lost platformer version of The Legend of Zelda or something. I think this was definitely the right audience for this presentation. It was a great roundup in general on the previous talks as well. Lots of valuable content. Thank you for sharing that. I want to start with a question again about your learning resource. I mean, 20,000 stars on GitHub, lots of contributors. I'm curious, what do you think? Why did this project pick up so much traction? It sounds like you really found a gap to fill. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so this was never like I would love to think that I knew this was going to happen, but everyone would be following me for tips and tricks on betting. But that wasn't the case. I think 2022, and maybe even just coming out of the pandemic, I think DevOps as a term became a must-have. I feel like people in the industry, we had to evolve. Either sysadmins or developers had to evolve and have more knowledge around automation tools. I think we've also got that surge of understanding around Kubernetes and containerization, the cloud-native ecosystem. I think as much as like DevOps, I think I remember sitting in a session in 2009 around DevOps. There's about 13 of us in a room. I think it was a bit of a buzzword back then, or was made into a buzzword, whereas now it's actually, oh yeah, we want to be automating this. We're going to bring that in. And I think fundamentally the reason why is that big customers or big environments, big business are wanting to do more with less, which means that we've got to automate a lot of the tasks away. And DevOps lends itself so well to that ethos, that principle.
Awesome, Michael. I think you definitely hit the mark here.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, thanks for the awesome talk, Michael. We also got some community questions, if you're ready for them. First one, bit off topic, as Mark already mentioned your awesome presentation. We got a question, how long did it take you to create those slides? Since they look absolutely amazing. And great content too, of course.
So I'll keep it in between us, like anyone watching. Basically, I signed up for a camp. So this is the second iteration of this presentation, and I wanted to, like, the 2023 edition needed to have a more like a better look. So I signed up for Canva. Canva have some awesome presentation templates, but don't go telling everyone because everyone will have cool slides. So yeah, that's where it came from. It did take a while to put all the animation together, but ultimately it's a template. I can't take all the credit.
But you were the first one, so you'll be the OG forever, and now your secret is out. All right, thank you so much, Michael. Next question. What's the hardest subject you found to cover?
I think the hardest one was networking and keeping it at that foundational level. As much as I've been around that networking stack for a while, I think it was hard to only go so far into the weeds around the OSI layer. Like you could spend 90 days just on networking. It'd be, in my opinion, very boring, but that was probably the hardest to condense into that. And then actually I found the monitoring, the observability section really tough, because I wanted to look at modern day observability around cloud native technologies. So I get, like, you ultimately have to start learning things like PromQL, which is the language that integrates into or talks to Prometheus, you kind of have, for you to have what you want, because monitoring's a funny one anyway. Like, you can open the floodgates and get everything, or you can tweak it so that you get only what you need. Otherwise, because if you open the floodgates, you're going to use it for a day and you're just going to throw it in the bin. Like, there's no point. So you have to put the effort in. So I think observability as a new technology stack that I'd never really had to touch on, and the networking was probably the two out there. And I would actually say that probably the two that when I first started was going to be the most boring as well, but actually not, because you were learning from them.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Next question. Would you suggest a roadmap for learning DevOps considering a full stack dev background?
So obviously my perspective is around being more of a platform engineer or an operations guy. I think I would love to see more content like mind maps like this that would be more of that experience from someone coming from the dev side into more DevOps. Maybe it's similar, maybe it's not. I think it's the same skill sets, but maybe you've got, if you were to ask that same question to someone with that background, maybe you would say, oh, it was quite hard to take the learning a programming language and condense that down into a 7-day chunk. Maybe you know a little bit more about CI and that process behind that versus CD and GitOps, and maybe you know more about containerization versus maybe container orchestration. I feel like we're seeing who looks after that. But yeah, I think it'd be useful. My biggest ask is if you've got an idea, share it, get it out in public. Perspective is massively important for us to learn.
Right. Thank you. I don't know if this is kind of an insider, but Dean Lewis wants to know, who is your favorite community person with laughing smiley?
That's definitely an inside thing. Dean's actually helped us with the 2023 edition. He actually helped me. He was like my spirit animal during 2022, where I didn't fight. If I couldn't fix something, he would help. Like, just calm down, like walk backwards, do this, and we'd get there in the end. I don't think there's any gaps in 2022 where we couldn't fix something. Thanks to Dean.
Awesome. So, Dean, big shout out to you.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of community, Michael, you joined the last World Congress of WeAreDevelopers, if I'm informed correctly. Maybe you want to share some experiences from there, or also from other events you joined last year?
Yeah, I think so. WeAreDevelopers, the Congress in Berlin last year. I've been to Berlin many times, mostly from a storage and networking, actually. Like conferences, Cisco Live and NetApp Insight, to name a few. But going to WeAreDevelopers there last year, it was kind of I was definitely a fish out of water. Presented there as well we did some talks around data management, cloud native data management, and the importance around that, and databases, and how we're seeing that inclusion of databases there. But I'd never really had that opportunity and to go and speak at a developer-focused conference. It's been very much the infrastructure side with that lean in of DevOps and never the developer. So, but I thought it was great. I thought the energy was there. We were also sponsoring, and found out that like one of the biggest things was around education around the Kubernetes space. A lot of developers wanting to learn more about that. So we were definitely. It was a really good event, and hopefully if I can get some talks accepted for this year, I'll be there again. Even if not, I'll probably still be there. So
with the help of Dean, you will, of course.
Maybe me and Dean should submit something. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Mark, you got some more questions maybe on?
Yeah, I actually found it interesting. You mentioned, Michael, in the description for the talk, that one of the ways people can contribute to projects, to open source projects, is not necessarily coding as such. I mean, you mentioned very clearly the example of translating it into Chinese, which is interesting. And I think it can be a good message as well to the rest of the audience that it doesn't necessarily have to be code. So maybe even, and I myself as a non-coder, non-technical person, strictly speaking, also see a lot of ways that I could contribute. What are some of the things you could also share, in that regard?
Yeah, so if we think about this whole repository as being documentation, I think that's a great place to start from an open source perspective. Like, if you want to get involved, go and check people's, go and check projects documentation. There's always something we can help on there. But you're right, and I should have actually brought that up, because as much as the contributions, as much as the stars, the biggest thing that blew me away was this. Some people have translated this repository into 8 different languages. Like, it's absolute mind-blowing that someone could take my writing, where I got a D in English at school, and obviously that's why we needed so many contributors to fix it. But they're finding it useful to take this data, this resource, and then converting it into their own language. But again, like, I think that's an amazing way of getting started to learn how to use Git, to start learning what that process looks like to contribute to projects, open source projects, but also other projects out there as well, like learning resources, etc. So yeah, massive shout out to everyone that is that has translated this repo as well. But yeah, and a foot in the door for anyone that wants to get involved is, and you're not a coder, we all could bring something to the table when it comes to documentation.
Cleaning up the README, for example, could be one start.
Yeah,
amazing.
Images in there, yeah, exactly that.
So everybody go out there and collect those green squares on GitHub.
There you go.
All right, then, Michael, thank you so much for the talk and for the Q&A. And I would say we see each other at the World Congress. Together with Dean, that is.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Right. Bye, Michael. Thank you so much. Bye, Michael. All right. Mark, maybe now is also the time that we can maybe talk a bit more about you and your company, Codacy. Do you have anything more to share with us about them?
Yeah, thank you, Benedict. Really appreciate it. Just a few points, and I just want to start by, again, thanking you for including me here. It was a lot of fun to see all these presentations, to be co-moderating this with you. And yeah, I left the World Congress a couple of years back as well, before the pandemic. So keep up the great work, guys. And also shout out to Vincent in the background for managing the entire stream and keeping everything running smoothly. Just a few points, exactly. Round of applause. Just a few points from my side. Again, just a quick reminder, there's a raffle that Codacy is sponsoring today. And you can win a retro gaming station. And the link is, or the form to apply to that would be on the DevOps Day homepage. So go ahead and give it a shot. And regarding, you all saw some of the ad clips in between the speeches. Codacy, essentially, we run 2 platforms. We have 2 products. We come from the code quality background. So if you want some help with static code analysis or automating your pull request gates and basically maintaining a clean and secure code base, you can use the Codacy quality platform for that. It's super easy to sign up. And the second product that we have, which we launched last year, is more for the engineering managers here in the audience, which is a DORA metrics platform. So essentially making it super easy to pull out DORA metrics straight from GitHub, Bitbucket, Jira, PagerDuty, and so forth. So yeah, hit me up. You can find or contact us directly on codacy.com, or you can find me on social media under this name. And yeah, hope you enjoy. Now, with that said, for the code quality platform, we actually have a special offer today for everyone here in the audience. We are offering 3 months for free for the Codacy quality platform, just by using the promo code DevOps Day, all caps. You're going to be able to get that, or to get access to that offer. And I guess someone can probably insert the link in the chat as well for people to access the info page. And last but not least, Codacy is hiring. We're currently looking for an experienced front-end developer and for a solutions engineer. So if anyone is interested or can refer someone, we'd be happy to chat.
Right, Mark, thank you so much for that. People, make sure to use the promo code and to join, of course, the Raffle. Just scroll down on the live page and make sure to fill out that form. Mark, it was really a blast having you. Thank you so much for assisting me today. It wouldn't have been the same DevOps day without you. And I hope to see you soon in the future. And until then, wish you a nice rest of the day and see you soon. Bye, Mark.
Bye, Benedict. Bye, everyone.
All right, and now that also this live episode slowly but surely comes to an end, just some quick more informations. First of all, thanks to all of our partners. First of all, of course, Codacy, but also all the others. You can scroll down on the live page where we have listed them via clickable logos. Make sure to check them out. Also, don't forget our other raffle. Besides this from Codacy, we are also raffling out the MetaQuest 2 VR headset together with our partner Deloitte. For this also, just scroll down and join the raffle. And as we talked with Michael about our upcoming World Congress, which will be held as an in-person event in July in Berlin, if you are interested in also joining, make sure to check out worldcongress.dev for further information and to claim your tickets, of course. And now at the end, make sure to check out our live page, wearedevelopers.com/live. There you can see all our upcoming events from this year's season. And the next one will be a special event on Women's Day. It will be the Women in Tech Day on March 8th, where I will be joined by my colleague, Anna. Looking very much forward to this. And now that this day is over, all that's left to thank you, the audience, for joining us also today. I hope you had as much fun as I did, and see you soon. Bye.
Keeping your code quality high across teams, products, and technologies can be painful. Without automation, fast and reliable code deployments are a real challenge. Codacy is the easiest way to ensure that your team is writing high-quality code by checking every commit and pull request for the most important quality and security violations. Join over 200,000 developers who focus on what matters with Codacy, the code quality platform.